want to say thank you to Dean Thomas for the assistance given to us. I know that you are distance away from us, but it's that's how the new world is, the new world order, as some persons would say. And just want to say thank you very much to Dean for what he has been able to do for us at this time. As we normally do, we normally have a chit chat first before we go to our guests, and I know that Dean is doing his best to ensure that everything is going fine, So we are just doing what we got to do, and Dean, you can set us up now. You can go live to YouTube and Facebook, and so happy that we have another scheduled Sunday night program with a guest. It's a while that we have decided that we will just, Brain and myself, just talking about our various Lakous in various parts of the city of Rose and other parts of Dominica. Just want to say good evening to you, my good friend Brain. Good evening to you.
Good evening. It's a pleasure to be here this Sunday, the 12th of July, 2026. And I was looking at the McDonald Almanac, and for July the 12th it says that the word for the 12th is fortunate. Fortunate. And very often we take things for granted. We are fortunate to be here in the studio this Sunday. We could have been somewhere else because some people have not been able to make it on the 12th of July. So we are indeed fortunate, and once you have the opportunity, the word fortunate means you are here. It's an opportunity. Give thanks to our good friend here would say Jah. Some fellas would say Yahweh. Some fellas would say Haile Selassie.
Some persons would say Jehovah.
And some would say Jehovah. Or some would say Buddha. Or, Allah. So different area, different folks for different folks. But
different beliefs.
Yeah, we are fortunate to be here on this planet, right?
Yes.
And to be on this side of the world, which is Dominica.
Which other planet has life?
Well, man has been trying to find out. We don't know whether in our lifetime we'll be able to discover life in another planet. We don't know yet. So the verdict is still out there. We don't know.
And one of the things I would want to have a discussion on is Earth versus the other planets. Did God find himself creating what's on the other planets?
Well, everything in the universe. You don't only refer to Earth. Everything in the universe. So the universe encompasses Earth, happens to be one of the planets in the universe. But the universe itself is extensive.
Okay.
So we do not know whether there is other life in other universe or in other solar systems.
Okay.
Our solar system is not the only one.
But we know on Earth, the planet Earth, there's life.
We know on that side of the world.
I like how you put it. On that side. On that side.
Right.
Now, this week, what are the stories? What are the big stories that you have?
Well, big stories. England is into sports. I'm taking first. England is into the semi-finals, having defeated Norway. Also, Argentina is into the semi-finals, having defeated Switzerland. Yeah, England had a tough time to win that game. I think they won the game 2-1, and Argentina won the game 3-1.
You see, I can know guys who don't like France. France is the first team to get entered into the semi-finals. But you have found yourself talking about England beating Norway 2-1, and you have found yourself talking about last night's game, Argentina playing what's the team again? Switzerland, and scoring 3-1. France was the first.
Well, your favorite, but I know some fellas like to backtrack. Some fellas.
No, I know. Hold on.
No, I'm not saying you. Don't let it fall on you in your potato garden.
No,
I know some fellas went into the World Cup with Brazil as their favorite,
and I won them. If you remember, before the World Cup started, I said I had two teams. I know one wasn't going through, and I said very clearly that I was supporting Haiti because Haiti is part of the Caribbean. All right, Curacao, I left Curacao because it's more or less a country that's not independent yet, and they're still under Netherlands. So supporting Curacao for me wasn't really any big thing because they are still under the Netherlands. And so I decided that, I have decided, for many years, I've been supporting France for many, many years. France is my favorite team. So when I know guys speak about Brazil and guys speak about England and some guys speak about Spain and Argentina, I've always been focused with my team, France. We know that France used to have a guy from Guadeloupe. His grandparents are from Grand Bay in Dominica. That is Awi Henry, For those persons who may not be aware of that, I used to always speak about this guy very often when I was on my program on a Sunday night. A great footballer from Guadeloupe, but his grandparents came from the south of Dominica, Grand Bay, and so I am very proud of the fact that where France is at this time. Which you have not said to us what team you're supporting.
I'm supporting Argentina.
Oh, you serious? I never heard that before.
No, well, no, you asked me.
So why you didn't ask me when I said I was supporting France?
Well, no, you never asked me. So no, you asked me.
So I had to ask you so that you could tell the world that you're supporting Argentina.
I'm supporting Argentina.
Who was your first team again? Not
It
Switzerland.
has always been Brazil.
Oh, so you're talking about other guys.
Brazil.
You're actually talking about yourself.
Brazil, but you're
talking about yourself.
Hang on, in that World Cup, I always said that Brazil did not have a team.
No. I can't recall you saying that.
Yeah, well, I'm telling you, if you didn't ask me either, but I'm telling you, Argentina is my team. So I'm looking forward to.
I remember when I said I was supporting France. Someone said to me that France has the weakest team,
right? And
I said to the person, I don't think they understood football. For me, France has the strongest fronters, the strongest dribblers, if you can say that. All.
Okay. Well,
every member.
But Brazil, Argentina has some dangerous forward men, and the kicking.
No, Argentina. No. If you remove
he didn't
Messi,
score. Messi didn't score.
No, forget about that. That's only one game he did not score. If you remove Messi, all right, on the Argentina team would have fall off from the 16.
Remove Mbappé, the captain.
We will still go through.
With whom?
We will still go through.
Oh, you have deadly strikers. Let's wait.
You know that we would still go through.
But let's wait.
But I, as I said over 4 weeks ago, that France is going to be the winner of 2026 World Cup.
But they
have gotten it twice before. They have gotten it in 2018. That was the last time they got it, right?
Yes.
Right. So I know that they're going to get it again this time around.
Remember, they lost in the last World Cup, in one of the World Cups which was held in Qatar. They lost.
No, we're not going back in the past. I mean, yes, we have gone through the finals many times, but I'm not going back to the past.
You're looking at the present.
I'm looking at the present.
Well, there's a dark horse also inside there.
Who's that dark horse?
Spain.
Spain has never been a dark horse. Spain has always been a very strong team. So I suspect if Messi goes home, you'll support
Spain.
Spain?
No, then I will move my allegiance to
whom?
To France.
No, hold your allegiance. No, hold your support. Hold your support. We're not like some. We're not, as you said earlier on. Of some guys who would, when the team fall on the way, they do not want to be spectators.
Yes.
They give support to another team.
Well, look, somebody troubling you already.
Well, let me hear what that person has to say. Good evening to you, caller. That person gone. So I'm saying to you, we have another 3 minutes, Mr. Have. So we'll brief you in a while. So that was one of your thing of the week. We know next week Sunday at that time we'll be chit-chatting about the finals.
The person trying to get you back.
Let's see what the person has to say. Good evening to you, caller. Good evening, caller.
Listen, tell that man next to you that France gonna beat that foolish team that he's supporting.
Which is?
All right.
Which is?
Call the name, man. Don't hide in Barbados and come and talk to me, you know. You be here. You should have been.
I suspect. Thank you. That's all, caller. Yeah. Well, I am telling you. We do not want your support. France do not need your support.
Argentina doesn't need your support.
But I will never support Argentina. I've never been supporting Argentina.
Well, I've always been supporting since Maradona was there and Messi. I've always been supporting. I like the brand of football.
Maradona won a World Cup by having an illegal goal, you know.
Hand of God?
Yeah.
But he came back.
Hand of God, you call it?
The hand of God. And then he put one behind the net. They have never seen it in a World Cup. He came back and demonstrated.
Oh, Maradona was a very great footballer. I mean, he's a great footballer. Pele in his time was a very great footballer. And you have had great footballers for many seasons. This year, this World Cup, there are a number of concerns that people are actually, spectators alongside coaches and team members, complaining about the refereeing. What do you have to say?
But can you imagine the President of the United States, your good friend Donald Trump?
You think Donald Trump got himself involved in that? That is something I'm not believing in. Eh?
But the media had it.
No, the media can say what they want sometimes.
Donald Trump.
You think Donald Trump has so much cards in his hands that he can call FIFA president and to say that a player of mine got a red card, I want you to withdraw that red card?
Bring him back. And
Donald Trump doesn't know football. He has never played football, right. So I don't understand how Donald Trump is getting in. You're trying to use Donald Trump as a scapegoat.
He's a superpower, you know. It's being played in his backyard, you know.
No, stop.
So who called the player back?
Who called the player back? Maybe when like they did with the goal for Argentina, they went back after how many positions? All right, after how many positions from a scoring of a goal. When the goal was scored, I wonder if the goal did not score, what would have happened? After scoring of a goal, the referee says, let me see exactly what has transpired. And then said, no goal. Or else it would have a tie game.
The goal that England scored, they're saying that it hit the wire of the camera, you know. It hit the drone, the camera that was up there.
That should not have been there.
And the wire, whatever.
So the wire sends into the goal then?
So it dropped the ball right back down and the fella kicked.
So you blame FIFA, don't blame England?
No, I'm not blaming
Blame
England.
FIFA, don't blame England.
No, I'm not blaming England. So there's a lot of controversy in the World Cup, but it's one of the best in terms of crowd support.
It is one of the best, for sure.
Money is being made. And you know the World Cup and those big activity is really what I call show business.
Yes.
Bringing the money, man.
Yeah, it does, yeah?
This time around. And the United States have done very well in terms of, the World Cup and the amount of money it's bringing in the United States.
I can imagine, I can really imagine. So we have in the studio of DBS Radio, we have Wa. I know many of us do not know his first name. Many people know him as Wa. And I want to say good evening to my good friend, my buddy. I know him for a very, 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 very long time. Wa. And I'm sure that we are going to have a very good night with Wa. I want Dean to see how he can help me with this one. I'm not so sure what I need to do. So Dean, wherever you are, okay, I think I'll do it this way. Yes, I got it, Dean. I've gotten it. But you see, this thing with the social media is totally different. There's one person who wants to say hi to us. Let's see what that person has to say. Good evening. Quickly.
Good evening, Cecil and Brain.
Good evening.
How are you guys today?
Oh, in good shape. And how are you this evening? I know last week you were fuming.
I was fuming. Yes. It's good to hear you all sides of the soccer, but I am not sure, Brain, if you saw the video. A young guy from Argentina, he put out there talking about the racism that exists in Argentina. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware of that, but you also know quickly on the racist comments that has been made in terms of Mbappé as well in France.
In the media towards France?
Yes, to him, to the player, to the black man.
Oh, well, I don't know everything about it, but when I saw the video, I said, wow, I didn't know that all that racism existed in Argentina. And the way the last game, to the two games back, how they cheated for Argentina.
That's a big discussion.
you-
That's a big discussion. We're gonna take that next time.
I think next week we'll be talking. Next week we should be talking about that.
Yes, next week.
When the final, because the finals is next week Sunday. It is in New
Okay.
Jersey, so we'll talk about that a little bit more next
Yes.
week. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
All right, brain boy. I'm reading some WhatsApp there, and the kind of things that people are talking about, Argentina. They said Argentina is nothing without Messi. I told you so.
Well, all right, we'll find out.
Person said real talk.
But we
Argentina is nothing without Messi.
Right. Well, I know some organization is nothing without certain people. We have one of them here.
You like to get back in corner.
There's a man here, and I know organization doesn't really exist with him. And I know some fellas, when I reach that bridge, I want to ask him what's going on with Nabingi. I will ask him. Anyway, it's too early for that. But
All right.
Cecil,
Good evening to you, my good buddy, my good friend, Wa. I should say Cecil have first. Wa.
Rastafari.
Wa. Before I get in depth of the conversation we're going to be having, why Wa?
Well, when I escaped from the jail, they called me Mawa. So I met some brethren on a mountain, and they say Mawa song. They like, I not wrong, like Mawa. So we was dealing with song then, Paul, dealing with words, making song out of the words. So man called me Mawa. So the song is like Upawa or Mawa. So one of the brethren called me Wawa. So on the run, I was called Wawa. But when I get my amnesty, I come here. The one come out, the man call me Wa. Until man say I playing king, but I never call myself king. This man called me Wa. I never give myself name, you know. So it just continue, you know, and everybody know me as Wa.
Wa is king, as you know that in Creole. Wa.
Yes. But
Voila.
Yes, but Wa is also scarce too.
Wa is also scarce.
Scarce too. Yeah.
So now let's get in depth in the conversation that we are supposed to be having tonight. So, I'll call you Wa tonight. And not too many people know of Cecil Have. And I don't want you to ask me, who am I speaking with? From to say, okay, I'm speaking to Wa. Wa, can you give us, in reference to your parents, maybe your lineage of your parents, if you can, but give us the name of your parents for sure, and where they're from.
Yeah, my mother is from Monjon. Her mother is from Monjon, but her father is Casgori, that is St. Hilaire. My father is Hav. Jodel, my grandmother is Xavier. So, but the Xavier and the two grandmothers, I think they're more linked to the Maroons than my grandfather. Because my grandfather, I think, is a descendant of France. Because my great-grandfather was, I think, Ishe Avi from France. I think my granny told me in 1901, after the the volcano in Martinique, so they came here. So that Have is more linked with the French than the English. But the St. Hilaire, my grandmother is Winston. I never really get a connection which Winston it is, you know. And my grandfather, my mother, is St. Hilaire. This Calypsonian and his first cousin to her, you know. What's his name again?
You're talking Merlin St. Hilaire?
Yes, we are first cousins.
And the husband of, I would believe, because if you say that they came from the east, it would be the husband of Annette St. Hilaire.
Yes, it's a family. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think Brain could remember Mr. Renard St. Hilaire. He was a teacher. Yeah.
Yeah, Ronald St. Hilaire was the principal of the Goodwill Junior High School, and he originated from La Plaine. Casgori area. I knew him very well. And his wife came from Soufrière.
Yes, right.
So you have a big following, man. Your mother is from Grand Fond.
No, from Monjon.
Sorry, your mother is from Monjon. Your mother is also from Monjon, and your father who was a Sentinel. You said that descendants of the French.
No, it's half. Half is the descendants
of the French.
Yeah.
Yes. And the Sentinels, not so sure.
I know.
Not so sure.
Yes.
All right. And so your mom came to Roseau how?
Well, I think she come to Roseau to work as servant. I think she told her that when she came here, the first place she worked, it was Sutton Hotel. Because Brain maybe no Sutton Hotel, was moving. She was a cook there, and and as time go, she getting maybe contact with my old man because I'm the first child of the family. I have a sister, a brother, then I. I was born in 1954 in the old hospital. But I want you to tell me what is the name of the old hospital. That's where the ministry is now. I never know the name. All we know is the old hospital.
Well, everybody knew it as the hospital. Yeah. It was not called the Princess Margaret Hospital. Everybody knew it as the old hospital.
Yeah, that's how I too.
Yeah,
whenever people speak to me, they say old hospital.
Born in the old hospital.
Born in the old hospital. Mm-hmm. I wonder if the old hospital didn't have a name. Somebody can help us.
Somebody can help us.
Yes.
As far as I know, I never knew the name, with any specific name. All I knew it was the old hospital. That's where your mother went to accoucher.
Yes.
Après 9 mois.
Après 9 mois, elle accouché là à l'hôpital ça.
So your mom lived in Roseau. Your father lived in Roseau too, in Newtown.
Yes. Newtown.
All right, in Newtown.
No. My mother and father. Well, the three of us. I was the last that lived in Bath Road, because in Bath Road they was living close to the police station, and maybe I was about 2 years or so. We went up to Newtown.
Mm. Which part of Newtown first?
Well, in between the two bridge.
In between the two bridge.
Yes.
I like that.
In between that was the almost like a hot spot.
So you're talking about between the first bridge to Roseau and the last bridge by almost to Macmillan Services.
No, to Kings Hill.
Yeah, that bridge there.
Well, the first one is by Kings Hill.
The first one by Kings Hill,
yes,
the second one by the Newtown School.
Newtown School, yes.
Newtown School?
Yeah, the
Oh, yes, all right. The Newtown School by the public convenient.
Yes.
All right,
by the fisheries there.
Yeah. So that was our area.
Mm-hmm. That's a hot spot.
And we was controlling two estates. The Deja estate in Batwi and the rural estate Charlotte Valley.
When you say control, that's where you all play your games.
That was our backyard. That's we get healthy, a lot of fruits and different things.
So we will come to that for sure. We definitely have to come to that. Now, what school you went to?
Well, the first school I went to is Roseau Boys School, Newtown.
Roseau Boys School in Newtown.
Yes. The school they have as the community center right now, but I don't know why they're saying nothing going on,
So in those days there was nothing called preschool. No creche.
It had creche.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it had creche. But I cannot remember that it had preschool.
Mm-hmm.
Because at 5 years we go to school.
5 years. Right.
5 years, yeah.
Okay. Now, as a boy growing up, before I go into that question, can you tell us the names of your brothers and sisters and how many in total?
Well, my mother have 3 daughters, Shirley, Catherine, Bernadette, and 6 sons, Victor, William, Moses, Peter, I and Julie.
Okay. So 6.
9 children.
9. So, and your dad had how many?
Well, by them it was like bulldogs. Because I still get in.
So you're still counting?
Sir.
You're still counting?
I just got a brother some years ago.
So you're still counting?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how many you know then?
Well, I know 2 outside ones. So it come to 8 sons.
8, yeah.
Okay, so
one from Monjan and one up in Goodwill.
Okay, so they will be for you or they were after you or they will be middle?
They were after I'm the second son.
So they were those outside ones. They were after you.
After me, yeah.
Brain. You by any chance you did that?
No, all my children is in one, what I would call everything in one whole. Everything. According to everything.
So you did not do like Wa father.
But my father, oh man, he was like, using Wa's word, he was like a bulldog. You know, several children with
Some person will say gamecock.
He was like a gamecock, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So your daddy would have, from what you know, 11.
Yeah. Well, Daddy, 6 and 2.
That's 8.
It's
8. Oh, so your mom had 3 before she met your dad?
But my mother had 2 before, but there's 2 children gone, so I counting them.
Oh, okay.
She had 2 children if she met my father, because she made 13 children in all.
Wow. That was good health.
Yeah.
Good food.
Good food, bro. Rastafari. Good food.
So your mother would have had 13.
15, yeah.
But she ended up with 11.
Yes. No, I'm 9.
9, sorry. 9. And your daddy had 9.
8 sons, 3 daughters.
8 sons and 3, 11.
Yes.
So the daddy was really healthy himself.
Both of them were healthy.
Yes.
No, but you see, we eat good food those days, Ras. All our food was coming from our garden. Nearly every house had a grandfather or grandmother in the country. We wasn't eating food from the groceries, Brain could tell you that, Our food come from the trees and from the land.
No. School. Let's talk a little bit about school. You went to the Rosa Boys School, as you said.
Yeah.
The Newtown Rosa Boys School. The Rosa Boys School by the Savannah there. That's the school we're talking about.
Yes, sir.
Right. Tell us a little bit about that school.
Well, that day, I think the first headmaster I met, I think it was Teacher Pond. Brain is supposed to know him. I don't know.
I know him.
I don't know if Cecil.
He wrote the national anthem, W.O.M. Pond.
Yeah, very serious man, But my first teacher was Miss Doctrove. I hadn't been listening in small class together,
Billy Doctrove.
Miss Doctrove, she was a mother. She wasn't even a teacher, she was a mother. Very calm woman and, love children regardless of the backgrounds and, And in 1964, I think, they moved the school to the old grammar school. That's where the
Old Saint University.
Yes. And from there, we have distance to walk, so we're getting radical here because we know we meet and also know. So, that is where I really finished school too, Because another teacher there, Mr. was so crucial. One they call Mishak, I think.
Mishak Linton.
Linton, Mr. was crucial.
Lennox Linton's father.
Yeah, I'm so sorry to say that he was categorized in the school, man. Mr. make free classes, they call it special. And anytime he's a troublesome youth, he put in special, man.
Brain, you ever been to special?
No, never.
No, man, Brain was studious, but Brain was really, brought up, you seen him there, He wasn't too much of a radical. He was more studious person, want to know things, and I know Brain.
So what would ensure a student would have gone to special? Not learning, fighting.
I think troublesome, because every child can learn. Every child come if you learn. But I think troublesome, making two back, climbing the tamarind tree in the yard and shaking the tamarind tree because he had a big tamarind tree. When they come to beat you, you'll jump the window and you'll run, because you're not taking blows. And so when you come back, they put in free special class. I think Doreen was one of the teachers. Murphy was another one. And, I forgot the other one. I think Desmoulins. I don't know if you remember.
Yeah, Mr. Desmoulins.
I don't know if you can remember Mr. Desmoulins.
Desmoulins was a bad teacher, no?
Huh? No, well, he was.
I met Desmoulins, and Desmoulins was looking at a fella that's really quiet.
He was good, but he was controlling the special.
And to control the special, you have to be.
If you want to learn, you learn. If you don't want to learn,
that's your business.
The teacher put lipstick on her lips and just sit down there, It's real. But in the end of it, I think it was good for I. Because so much of my brethren find a way in the academics. They grow up and really. And when I watch their life, it's like, it have no values. They really reach there, they have their home, they have their big transport, but they just relax. And the value of success is to assist. This is the only power it contains. It's not for you. You are very successful in life.
So let's take a walk. Let's take a walk through Rosa Boys School, meaning from those classes that you remembered, standard 1, standard 2, standard 3, standard 4. Let's go.
Standard 5, standard 6.
So let's start at standard 1.
Standard 1 was in
Newtown.
In Newtown.
Mm-hmm.
Standard 2 was in Newtown.
Mm-hmm.
But from standard 3, go up was in the old grammar school.
So who are the friends that you remember, let's say, in standard 3? Still around with you?
Yeah, boy. You have a good couple around still. A good couple. Allos, we going to school together, and some of them by so much, man, I can't recall.
Mm-hmm.
But I know them.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
So standard 4, let's see what standard 4. What you did in standard 4 while Mr. Mishak sees the need to send you to special class?
Well, you see, when it's in standard 4, the only thing I like is maths. Putting figures together and getting answer. And then as I grow up, I get to understand that life is really maths. It's finding the answer. But to go deep into the academics and, different, no, I never really partake in that. I wasn't for that. I didn't come here for that.
And then standard 5?
No, I do standard 5. I reached standard 4.
Standard 4. What happened to you in standard 5?
4? When you standard 4 and you're 14 going on 15, you have to leave the school.
Yes.
They throw you out. It wasn't right now throwing up opportunities. And I watching a 15-year-old person right now as a child. They throw us out as children. Real crucial.
Standard 4?
Yes. And you're gone. You either go and learn a trade or you go and work on the plantation. You go and pick up lime, you go and pick up dry coconut, you know what I mean? Shake tamarind tree for them, because remember you used to have dump loads of tamarind living in Dominica, yeah?
Yes.
So, so that was it. But in Newtown now, we had so much different trade and skill. I didn't have to do that. Because we was bakers, we were painters, because any painter you need, you could get in Newtown. I used to go in the back and we needing 2 free bags of flour, petwin flour. So a lot of us, very few young Newtown men don't know how to bake and to paint. So we catch our skill. So we live good and even live better than those that reach up there.
So that's why Newtown has so many bakeries.
Yeah.
Presently.
Newtown had bakeries. The first one is Suki, then you go Gunflop, and then you go up, higher up, you meet Mr. John Bull, then you meet the other one, your Foxy's there, then you go look up, meet Maggie, then you get Charlie, then you get Mr. Newreel.
But that's like 6 bakeries you call it from between these 2 bridges.
Yes, sir.
6 bakeries.
6.
Let's go again. Suki.
No, we had Suki, we had Gunflop, then we had Mr. John Bull, and John Bull at another one, it was the Vanderpool and them bakery, and then you meet Wilsona, Charlie, and Mr. Shillingford.
6 bakeries.
6 bakeries.
In that Newtown there. That apparently they had a lot of children.
Yeah, well, you always hear the cry of babies. Nobody do any cry of baby in the city, Ras. And there is a saying, when you do hear any crying of babies in the city, it's a dying city, man. Oh, every house had a cry, man. Every house. Nobody don't see babies no more, Ras. We're in a dying world, bro.
That's a telling one. Was said every home
Had a child
with a crying baby.
You must hear crying baby. Every home. I grew up knowing that. I grew up hearing that. And I saw a woman on Saturday in Fresh Market, and she's pregnant. I said, give thanks, Aya. Just give thanks. Because life, the main fact of life is reproduction. And that is going off, bro.
Someone just said on Facebook that there was 13 bakeries in Newtown.
I don't know. Yes, it had one by by Suey father there, that Ivan Shillingford,
Ivan
right?
Shillingford, right up that
Yes,
corner.
right, they had one, I think. Yes, I can remember that one.
So can you imagine all of the Newtown people that are listening that are around your age? I'm sure they're going to be on Facebook and will tell us, some of the bakeries, or even call and to tell us some of the bakeries that were wrong at that time. And what about shops?
Shops, it had one, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, about 9, 10 shops.
Wow. Newtown was a thriving area.
No, Newtown, it was unique. It was unique, us. We never kill one another. We fight, but our fight was higas. People gather around, we throw punch, we send a student burst of forehead. We get a lot of burst head, in our time. Burst forehead. I don't see burst forehead, they get iron bullets. A brain, the burst forehead and the burst toe and those.
Oh, yes.
And Bobo.
And Bobo was very common, but you don't hear that no more. You fighting now, and the next moment you're on the savannah kicking ball, man. It's so crucial. Times just change, because my father worked for $36 a week to maintain 10 children. By the noon, he was getting $6 a day. And on Saturday morning, he could give I $20 to go and shop by Astafans. And it's 2 big paper bag, and still could get 50 cents to go to matinee Saturday morning. Times just go crucial. My mother worked for $2.50 a day. And look at now. $100 can't go to supermarket again. You don't want to go there.
No. While at school, you would have developed, even if you reach up to standard 4.
Yeah.
You would have developed some friendship with some partners. Because those days, boys' school was just boys.
Yeah, but we had a lot of partners because every road had a gang. So we had our gang in Newtown. It was hijackers, then go to searchers, every street had a gang because we had to protect ourselves because if they hit in Cecil and from Newtown, whole of Newtown have to fight for Cecil. So every little street had a little gang, But most of my brethren, they moved to different places. Some I might never see again, So there's very few of us that really there,
So you can maybe help us to have an understanding as to the various gangs that were wrong.
Well, by every street knows who had a gang. And Brain, you could say that.
Yeah.
Because Newtown and Pottersville always have
fighting.
war.
We're always fighting.
Always have war.
We have war.
And I think Pottersville was commandos.
Commandos. Oh, we had.
You remember commandos?
Oh, yes. We had commandos.
Yeah, and Newtown was searchers. And by the Savannah was Thunderbirds. And little gang, I think around Savannah Square, I think there's Bluebird or some names, Then lower down, Virgin Lane had one gang, I can't remember the name, Fields Lane had Chandels, I think.
We had gangs.
Yeah, and
Beckett was the leader of the commandos. Beckett.
Yes. Mr. Riviere, the magistrate, was a commando.
Yeah, he was a commando.
Hold on, Red Riviere.
Yes.
Red Riviere. That was police officer.
Yes.
The
magistrate. He was a commando.
Mr. was in gang.
No. Make Brain answer that.
Brain.
I can't disclose secrets.
No, I will have to bring this guy on my radio program.
We cannot disclose.
No, we'll have to bring Mr. on the program. You were telling me, Mr. Riviere, who was the police officer that all boys in Roseau used to be afraid of, including me, became a magistrate. You're telling me that this guy was...
Well, we had our secret oath, man.
Yeah, but he was a cool man.
A cool man,
very, very cool.
Very quiet.
You could meet him making trouble. He plays mass and he it's a year searchers and commandos come together. That's why I get to know them, You know, and all up to this day, he's my brethren, man. Very close, you know.
What about Kepasa?
Kepasa was Granby. Son of Ized was Lubie.
Son of Isidore, yes.
Of Ized, I think.
So Newton never found themselves in problem with Kepasas?
No, not much. I think his Howling was the biggest fight. Kepasa
And
Harlington.
yeah, after Martini.
Yeah. Though it was right by the market.
Yeah.
Lucy Edward was there, man, jump over the counter and cutlass, man. It was crucial because Howling was crucial, you know. Howlings, you know, because I think they bounced me up. I get a big fight with them once.
Yeah. Leading Howlings was Desmond.
Desmond, yeah, but Desmond wasn't really a troublesome fella, you know. Desmond was more defensive kind of person. You fight in Howling, he'll fight. Ruben was the cushion man, you know.
Yes, Ruben from River Street.
Woo! Ruben was eating gunpowder.
Well, Ruben and that another one on River Street. Japa. Yeah, it's two. I mean, Ruben and Japa, when it's two meet.
Yes. And Piperidge wasn't easy either, you know.
Piperidge Joseph?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Piperidge was a Howling.
Oh, he was a Howling.
They had Cobra too.
Yes.
Yeah,
I seen Piperidge myself, with his beard just like yours. Mechanic. Yes.
Could fix
I think later when he lived in Point Michel.
Yes.
Crucial time.
But he gone crucial.
Yeah, gone crucial.
He was that bad.
Well, he was a rough youth. And his brother, David, I think was his brother.
Yeah.
He had a brother, David, you know. David was
crucial.
more cool man, you know.
So you tell me the Howlings in on River Bank,
Yeah,
Yes.
they were not easy.
No, it wasn't easy.
But how did a guy like this guy worked with Daniel Green?
But Daniel Green was Mr. Daniel Green was a crucial man. You know.
You serious?
Was a bandit to the
Yes.
Yeah, that man was bandit by man. That man was bandit, man. Don't make that man rule on the estate, you know.
I remember as a boy growing up, you know, when we made Tubac, Mont Daniel used to have to pass Glasgow and then go to Mont Daniel.
Yeah, well, you say Focolair, man could do that here. And Focolair and Newton always have problem. Pottersville, so man, we can't cross the bridge, you know. No, man, you couldn't go. I couldn't go just walk down Pottersville in my youth days like that, man.
You couldn't cross the bridge?
No, my son, I can't cross that house. Because I remember when I gone in Stony and Stoneman said me, you know.
and Pottersville fellas close by the river, so.
Yes, I tell you, Stoneman used to say, they would know about guns or knife choking or so stones, you know, man.
And what about Rosewood, you know, instead of Rosewood itself?
Well, those had different gangs, you know, so. But Rosewood was a kind of more cool. It had fights, it had issues, but the danger in Rosewood was Howlings.
Howlings.
Oh, Spider made a song out there at Howlings.
Yeah, Spider, yeah.
Spider made a song, you know.
So Japa and all those fellas, you know, when they came together, they were not easy.
It was
strong.
Strong fellas.
Strong fellas.
Yeah, very strong.
No, wow. You were telling us a little bit about Daniel Green, and you said that Daniel Green wasn't easy. Help us to have a better understanding of what you meant by it.
Well, you see, that man was very serious fellas. Their only weakness was woman.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but they was very serious about their business. You can see the way Al Capone grow, you know. They was very serious. I go to school with a couple of them, you know. And Francis Green is my cousin, you know, because he make that child with my grandmother niece.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You know. So it was a kind of close, you know, you know, the Green and them. But I tell you, Daniel Green, you couldn't go on his estate like that. I mean, you used to do it, but he wasn't from Focoli, Pottersville, you know. But we had Charlotte Valley, you know. Remember, we carried the two crowns in Dominica, you know. It's Victoria Street and Queen Victoria and Charlotte Valley, you know. Mm-hmm. Because my old man tell me, when Charlotte come in Dominica, she stayed in Charlotte Valley. That's why you call it Charlotte Valley, up by Mr. Roll. Mm. You know.
In that house there?
That house there. I think the Solely house or something. I don't know how you can sell inheritance like that, you know, bro. I don't know.
Well, the rules were elites themselves, so it would be easy to get it.
Yes. Wow. Mm-hmm. Big estate, man. Mm-hmm. You know. Mr. Roll ever walking in Newton. I never knew Mr. Roll walking in Newton. I never know Mr. Walk in the town. Mr. Roll drive in, drive out. Ivor and Boogie, the one they call Norman, that man was still, never really associate themselves with the town people.
Even if they had the estate.
Yeah, it never really, they never really associate themselves.
So tell us about the life on the both estates in Newtown. How did you, as a boy growing up, live on those two estates?
Well, you see, I don't think we used to like too much food, and the estate give us everything we need. And the estate was seasonal. It's from crops to crops. And you cannot stop liquor boys from we're in the estate. So we drink all the coconut, we suck kako, we all different varieties of mangoes. But the real good mangoes like the how do you call it again?
The Julie mango?
The Julie mango, and they're small.
Mango long?
Nasiva ball in his yard.
You're talking about
mango tete?
No, it's small one. I think the government club had a tree. How do you call it again? Help me now.
I know which mango
Sherry.
Sherry, mango sherry.
Mango sherry wasn't a common mango. You couldn't get that on the estates. You couldn't get mango sidon and mango bermuda on the estate. That used to be in the yard. But we'll find a way and climb that tree, bro. With liquor boys, So you call that table fruits. You know about that fruit.
Yeah.
There's certain fruits the slaves don't have to eat at all. You cannot eat that, man.
These are specialized.
Specialized, yeah.
So on the estate, the estate house, would you remember the people that actually worked in the estate house?
Why, them people was
in your time?
Them people was grown up people, If you were living now, maybe it'll be 200 years now. But I can remember Mr. Paul as a overseer. Another man they call Mr. Wales, as the overseer on the estates,
So what kind of influence you think that the Charlotte Valley would have had on people like you as a boy growing up?
Well,
knowing that it belonging to the elites, and you as an ordinary would maybe want to rebel. How did that influence you?
It's our grandparents had planned the estate, so the children come and the children don't going to be slaves, so we eating the foods that they plant. We don't worry about them, Ras. They plant the estates, and see what had go on. We were the generation they was keeping down and keeping uneducated to continue the plantation. But from the dawn of the 70s, that changed. And right now, look what that go on. All estates are sold for housing. There is no estate again in Dominica. There's no fruits. I can remember the amount of things I used to leave Charlotte Valley. Dump a load of coconut and limes and that done, bro. Because they cannot get the slaves again. We break that yoke. From the dawn of the 70s, it was a different era, different fault line.
So how did Mr. Roll treated people like you?
Well, Mr. Roll never talked to us.
Never? You never had a conversation with Mr. Roll?
No, I know, man. Mr. Roll Mr. never even smiled for us. We're taking all the man grafted mango and eating and the man want to shoot us. But it was a part of the life. It was very important because, it grows healthy, wise, and ambition. We work. Newtown had no thief and rapists and Newtown youths going to jail for thieving and Newtown you'd go. I never know that.
But going to the man's garden and take his fruit.
No,
it's not yours. So how do you consider that?
No, it's not his. It's our grandparents that planted the estate.
No, but it's his property.
No, but he never planted.
It's within his boundary.
No, he never planted.
No, you don't have to plant it for it to be yours.
Well, you see, bro. Our generation had to eat the food of our ancestors' labor. Okay. And every estate go on the same. Look what I got in Granby. So what I got in Granby, man. I can remember in jail in 1976. And two women come in jail for sucking cocoa by a river. One has a baby on her shoulder and one pregnant. And they locked them in the jail. I'm talking about the jail.
While you were there?
Yes, while I was there for sucking cock on the estate in Granby, in Geneva Estate. Lick time, I said, Chubby, why you doing there? He said, coconut, you come there for.
So you're in jail before Chubby?
Yeah, man, Chubby met me in jail. And I don't think Chubby, when Chubby reached there, I think it's his body alone that was there. Because only was Chubby's mind, nothing not there. Chubby just gone somewhere else. So, you know, it was the labor of our ancestors. You know? Look at
so how your parents, how did your parents look at you all? Revolting against the massa, as we would say, or revolting against the landowners at the time?
Well, I get a lot of blows, so don't go up in Gwenville, so I'll still go Gwenville, I'll get blows, but there are plenty of mangoes in Gwenville. It have foods, it have kashima, it have soursop, it have, just name it, just name the fruits, man. And Newton had children. As I tell you, every house in Newton had babies crying. It wasn't no joke.
So you have to feed them. The babies have to feed
them. And our mother working for $2.50 a day. And she had 9 children, bro. Even though a pound of sugar was 6 cents. But I mean, bro, let me tell you something. Once you buy the pound of sugar, we'll still pass and take some sugar to put in milk. So all those things, you know, it was crucial. So most of the time we live on the estate, man. And the master he's supposed to say, all right, your parents planted, man, just eat it.
So what about the guards? How did you all pass through the guards? How did you all get the guards to be asleep to enter on the estate?
Well, supposed to make the guards run.
Of course.
You will send the stone behind them fellas, man, because them man more wicked than the master. We seen them man hide taking crates of mangoes and them man hiding that on the mulch when they go down. We taking them mangoes under the mulch. You know, so they was wicked. I mean, so much mangoes under the tree. When you pass on the mango liquor tree, brother, I mean, it's hundreds of ripe mangoes under the tree. You want to tell me about I tiffin that? No, I'm taking my ancestors' labor. I'm eating from it. And I was never afraid. All of us even common nuts, they used to call it PS. But it's not what I know, it's, how do you call it? PS. Let's just have acres of nuts. Dominica used to have cashew. So when we reach Mr. Deja Estate, that's Batwi. You have a piston nut coming out from Batwi right to up Kingsdale. So it's bags of nuts. So you know youths. Come on, we play nuts a lot. I'm Cecil. I know Cecil was in that era of nuts.
Yeah, I played quite a lot of nuts.
We used to play nuts and
roast.
And go by the bay and roast that on Sunday, you know, setting and boons in Ponto Cabbage, you know, man, Bloche. I mean, children don't play again, Ras. Children don't play again, you know.
I like the fact that you remember the games?
Yeah.
Bloche and
Ponto Cabbage.
You can maybe describe to some of the listeners outside there, because I know K1 has a program now on DBS Radio talking about games. Yeah. So you could maybe help us to have an understanding. I mean, I know most of the not games.
Well, the Ponto Cabbage was what?
The Ponto Cabbage was the one that you used to point. To see how big you
close it to your hand. It have a head and have a bottom.
Oh, yes.
So Ponto Cabbage. If you say cabbage, well, you get the head, you win. But if it's Ponto, I win and we.
Oh yes, Ponto Cabbage. So if the head is on top, and you say cabbage, you lose. You have to give them your nuts. Ponto Cabbage.
That's the fact.
And the other one was Bloche. You have to send it in
the
hole.
You take 2 stones and you make a hole.
Right.
And you put about 5, 6, 7 nuts in or 8.
It was.
When you send it, Bloche. If one run and say Yonkui, so because we stock a lot of part in all this, you know.
Yonkui.
You always use the word, and I wonder if we knew what we were saying. We're saying Yonkui. I was saying Dekui. You check. Yes, no, the Dekui you win. You want Kui you lose.
No, Bloche. When you Bloche, chop everything.
But I remembered in my time when we say Yonkui, that means you have an odd number.
Yes.
When you say Bloche,
it means everything goes inside.
Everything goes inside, but you're right. Everything goes inside, but they are touching each other, even if it's outside.
Yes,
from the outside. So they're touching each other because some of the guys used to play like 16 knots, you know.
Yeah.
And setting and boons in.
That's a nice one. You remember it.
Setting and boons in.
The circle.
Yeah. You set up the knots and you put it them, and you have a big cast and you send the knot to see how much you can fly out.
Outside the circle.
Yeah.
Life was good in the
Very
old
good,
days,
yes.
man. But you see, as we live it, we understanding that no two generations carry the same fault line. Our children is not us. They don't come from us. They come through us. That's why the old people, ils ont fait par possession. Ils ont fait pour tiper. Les pour yo go and the large yo.
Mais les nous te piti, yo pas te la les nous te jeune, yo pas te la nous ça.
No. Well, you see, that old same mentality was still there. Whipping your children, beating your children, you know, because I remember that man used to beat his children with electric wire.
Remember they beat me up to the age of 19, eh?
Yeah.
A man beating his children with electric wire.
Yeah, I know that.
Okay.
Put children to needle on grater with 2 stones over there to knock it.
And knocking.
Knock that stone in the sun.
As the same way the white man used to take us.
Old slave mentality.
The white man used to take us when they catch us doing something that they think is wrong.
Yes.
They would put us in the sun and make us knock stones.
Yes.
So we adopted that same attitude.
Right. And some people even tie their children.
Our brain, you take it from my mouth, man.
They
You tie your foot and tie the rope in the ceiling. Right in the ceiling.
So why your yard, your Lakou wasn't necessarily your mother's yard. It was the estates.
Yeah, and to me, we not fence. So every house had a yard in it. We could pass from yard to yard. Because we used to carry chipping together. You know what they call chipping?
Yeah.
From the sea, right?
Yes, by
Very
buckets to pour in the yard because that was our pavement. So carrying buckets and line up in the yard and make the yard like a, you know.
Pretty.
All
Just
yards.
wet that.
Yeah, pretty. And you can only sweep that with cocoa your broom.
Yes. yes.
Only cocoa your broom.
And that is so true, you know. Today everybody wants to pave their yard. In our time, the buckets and crocker's bag, that you had to go by the river or by the sea. Well, in your case, it's the sea because you're very close to the sea and get these little gravels and you're bringing them to the home and spread it up and stacking it up so nicely that it makes the yard look pretty.
Oh, neat.
Yeah,
Neat.
You know, some time ago I saw something on some news network where they man building a back for people to bathe. And it's chipping they put in the bottom of the thing for people to walk on the chipping, you know. So I said that walking on the chipping was something our ancestors knew because they was going to get stone to put in the yard. And nearly all yard had chipping, bro. All yards had chipping.
So you would pass in your yard to get to another where?
Yeah, to another yard, and to another yard, and to another yard, and to another yard.
So most times you would not have seen the street.
Yeah, no, plenty every time. You would call that Shascot. Bring over the Shascot.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Yeah, we living by the river, reached up right back through by the gardens. From yard to yard. You know. But those days gone, man, say so. Right now it's a new time.
No, in that period, I want to go back a bit to the estates. You would have seen Mr. Rule. That's correct to say.
Yeah.
Would you have ever seen Mr. Rule if a gun then?
Yeah, his 12 is gone, but we was afraid of him because remember in that time you can't go too deep in the estate because there was a theory saying that they have a jobless and Lugau. And in our time, a lot of children used to disappear. And they say they sell them. It's when I grew up, I get to understand it looked like his body parts he was taken. It wasn't no Lugau, no a jobless. So certain distance on the estate used to have a fear. You can't go there. So that instilled those kind of fear into I and I, you know.
Ever heard a gunshot at that time?
No. The man had their guns, you know.
To fear. They would fear.
Yes. But to say, well, those bullet, I used to take pellet and hit a shot. I was also send pellet behind us, you know. But to see, no.
And Ivor never became your friends?
Well, lately, when I've gone overseas and I get big man, I get dread, and we become partner because he like herbs, you know. So he smokes herbs, so I become his partner. Once you see me walking out with my daughter, you say, "Man, an ugly fella like you, man. Why do that pretty child?" You know. You know. But I and Ivor was cool in the latter end, you know. But Norman never deal with Newton people. And them boys never love black girls to say they come in the ghetto and
pick up a girl.
No, the girls was white girls, you know.
That is strange to hear, boy.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. I never knew no man.
With a blackie.
Yeah, no, I never know that. I never know I ever, like the man I'm married come to get to and,
Pick up a youth.
No. Yes,
Interesting.
man. But life is good, but it's not nice. No, it's not nice.
That is. I like to hear what you just said. Life is good, but it's not nice.
Things nice,
Mm-hmm.
not life.
Mm-hmm.
Life
Things
like
nice.
Things nice. Because life don't have no partial, bro. It's crucial, That's why you have to be aware of it. Be aware, because it smiles with you and the next moment you take it out.
Let's look at the other side. Church. As a boy growing up, so we spoke about school.
Yeah.
We spoke all what we had to say about school. We spoke about the estate life. Church.
Well, you see, when you come to church, I tell my father working for the nun, and my mother started working for the priest. As far as I remember, my mother used to work for the Roberts in Goodwill. That's Leo Roberts and family.
Yeah.
She was a cook.
Mm-hmm.
All today we are friends, almost like family, And then Mama started working for the priest. So you can't tell me church. I have to go church. But I was too rebel to be an acolyte. So my other brothers as acolytes. Not rebel, but very troublesome. Too enthusiastic. I want to know too much things. I pushing my hand and my head in too much things, But one thing about I like church. I just love church. Sometimes the quietness and sometimes, they speaking. Maybe, I just...
Latin?
Yeah, they do that a lot. And you can't understand, but you just float. You going somewhere else because them felt, man, and them priests.
Well, just hold that thought a while. Someone wants to say something to you. Good evening to you, caller.
Yes, I'm laughing. I'm right on. I'm sitting in my couch and I'm listening to Wah. No one really had to call you King Wah. You really have the vibes. You rekindle in my mind and my thoughts, boy. You bring me way back when. But if I go way back when, because everything you're saying is everything that I've written on my sheet of paper. I always like to take notes of what's going on. But let's talk about the games. I think you leave out a game that is called setting and bones in.
Yes, that's a good game.
You used to plant the nuts on sand,
Yes.
and then you would get a macadam from a distance
a cast.
and send to steal.
A cast.
How many nuts? No, setting and bones in.
Yes. It's a cast you have to have. You have the big,
different
big
varieties.
nut. It has syphilis, which is the smallest nut. That's when you play them dropping. So you cannot bounce it. But the cast was the bigger nut we take in. You make a heap of sand and you plant the nuts on it. So the cast was the big one. You send you brush everything.
Right. It's a macadam.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Now let me go back to the school days. I don't know if you were before me. When I went to school, there was a teacher they called Popon. So Popon. And that teacher used to whip a lot of kids, especially when you were not following his lessons during sessions. He would look at you misbehaving in school, and then while he's teaching his class, he would scribble something on the board and cover it with his hands. And then he would say, "Wow, what's written under my palm?" Sir, Cecil, what's written under my palm? And if you cannot explain, he'd pull you up at the front of the class and whip you. And while he whip you, he would say, "Mind my board," and then he would show you what was written under his palm.
Yeah.
You talk about...
No, but to me, I remember, I pop on, it ringing a bell, But I come back...
Pop on, yeah. And
well, as you getting young, you start to slip off. When you getting back young, some kind of things was going on. But that pop on was something. Because that man used to beat children bad in school. I mean, cut your butt, pull that down with tambin whip and whip you. Because...
Just like the mule do the same thing. But when you talk about pop-on and body parts, there was that I know in my younger days, they used to talk about children being taken away and sold. And you just touched on that same pop-on. There was a pop-on guy that disappeared.
A lot of children,
man. On a rock.
A lot of children.
On a rock. And he said he was playing with his little private part, so I don't know.
No, but most of the time,
I just following.
yes, most of the time when they get them, the 2 eye gone.
That's the color?
No, and
hold
just
on,
let me say, Ebony, you guys forget Ebony is about the gangs.
Ebony's,
Ebony's.
yes, yeah, I remember Ebony's.
Oh yes, for Aldi, for Mahema, you know.
Yeah,
Yes.
Ebony's.
Right. Anyone listening to?
Thank you.
No, Ra, you said,
Hold on, another caller is on telephone. Good evening to you, caller.
Yes, I do.
Yes, good evening.
The name of the hospital is Queen Elizabeth Hospital.
Queen Elizabeth?
Queen Elizabeth Hospital. is the name.
Queen Elizabeth Hospital.
And when you new one, it's Princess Margaret Hospital.
Ah,
So you know that daughter.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
thank you. That's wonderful.
Yeah.
I never saw
Queen
that.
and
I
then
know that for the first time myself.
for my-
Yeah,
yes.
Queen
Queen Elizabeth.
Elizabeth Hospital.
Very good.
Yeah.
But you say, Cecil, come back to the youth. You know when, like, if they catch you set in stone and the police will hold you, they saw the court right there next to
Fortune Hotel.
no, next to DBS, the low court was.
Yeah, yes.
Oh, the
that's
low court.
it,
Oh,
yeah.
I forgot the police. Sorry. Low court, yes.
Yeah, right
Yeah.
there.
Mhm.
And the magistrate would send you and get 10 strokes.
Oh, the police would whip you.
And let me tell you something. I came out one brother they called Osis and Samson. I think they were sending stone. And let me tell you something. When them youths come up, the bottom cut, you know, bro.
When they come up to Newtown.
Yes, I mean the police them used to beat it to blood. And them is old slave mentalities, bro.
It's a good thing you're saying. It's a good thing you're saying that, wow, because a lot of people may not have understood the cause of rebellious attitude of these children of those days in the 70s, and I'm happy that we're having this kind of program where we can have honest discussion and to tell people, yes, we would have done this, but let us look at why it was done. And here it is, you're saying to me and saying to the listening public that many times at the low court, the magistrate would send students to be
flogged.
beaten,
Flogged.
to be flogged by the police.
Yes.
Yes.
Let me tell you, the man used to plait the tambourine whip, about 3 tambourine whip, and they strap you down on a bench, and they pull out your pants, and they cut you.
They call it cut your ass.
They cut you.
The name of the thing.
You couldn't sit down, brother. And let me tell you, that's why I tell you, I so fortunate not to make it in that academics, you know, bro. Because I seen man with PhD and they just permanently helping the devil, you know, bro. I very careful with them, you know, bro, because I warn them. If you are fortunate to be successful, there's only one power success contain. It's to assist less fortunate. And that's the only way your bastard going to stay full. You'll never stay empty. But if you think that is yours, bro, no way.
Someone said on WhatsApp, on Facebook, that came straight from slavery, and it caused young black men to become aggressive and abusive to each other and to women.
You know, Brian, I sit and I just think deep. I just go very deep. And sometimes I just watch our young our youths and our women. And our ancestors is in us, and they speak to us. Our ancestors wasn't lovers, they were breeders. They were breeders. They make children with people that the master want a breed from. So all that, derail our race, bro. Remember, and that's still going on, man give woman children, never turn back. And that's an old slave mentality, because when the woman get conceived, she never see that man again. They must have sent to another plantation. And that's still lingering on. Man getting women pregnant and just walk away and never turn back. And all of this indoctrination, and you know how far indoctrination can go. It doesn't stop, bro. Unless a generation come to break that yoke. That's why we were here. We had to be who we was in the 70s. Because we challenged things our ancestors couldn't think of challenging.
Someone said, I beg to disagree.
Oh,
Give reasons.
give reason.
Let's go to the telephone quickly.
Yeah.
Good evening.
Yes, Cecil.
Yes.
I am sitting here and taking notes, okay?
Go ahead.
This is one of the best programs you have had, and it's not even halfway through. This young man he's more than a dictionary. He is naturally a historian, you know? I mean, I'm taking notes, planting in the garden, on everything that he is saying, Cecil and Brain.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you ever thought of writing your book?
I get that every day. Every day.
Really?
Yeah, every day.
But what are you waiting on?
I don't know. It's just time. The time will bring it through.
The time, but remember, time doesn't wait for us, you know.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah.
You're really listening.
Right through, right. I get that every day. I would get that because, you see, I don't know why. Every day or every month, I'll hear somebody say, "Why you must write?" But I'm not a writer. I'm not a writer.
Well, it's in you. What you can do is have someone write for you. Just tell them what has happened, you know, from the time you knew yourself as a child. Because I write poetry, right? And my last poetry that, you know, it's like revelation, okay? So the last one is, we have lost our focus. And when you talked about planting in the garden, that sent me right back to what I have been saying, because the way we eat right now, it's affecting our health. You know, I mean, I could go on and on, but I know you are there to give us the information, and other people are listening. But this is a very great program, Cecil.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the three of you can get together, Cecil, and start the book.
Well, we have it recorded here tonight, so that's a good start.
Okay, good. Because we have the potential as black people. For too long, we have been kept down.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm listening.
Thank you. I leave Pelte. I think I want you, as I said some time ago last week, that I would need you to come on our program. You just said, I am volunteering myself to get you started. So you can see us this week. You can see me this week. Come in and we can have discussion. I write and I edit. That's what you said, Pelte. I want to get you to put it out there. Thank you very much, Pelte. I'm not so sure who you are. I'm sure when I see your face, I'll definitely know who you are. No, I asked you about the church. I want to find out about, because you said earlier on that you loved church. I want to find out, why did you love church? And so rebellious.
I think I had some love for naturality, natural things, nature. And I think that you see, like, the base of spirituality really is a simple and natural way of life. And I always connect it to nature. So I like to go to church. I'll get up in the morning and I'll tell my mother, well, the first cock crow, because remember, it's the cocks we used to get up on because we don't have light. So the first cock, I think, is about 12 o'clock. So the third cock used to be about 5. Brain, you can remember that?
Yeah.
So only a cock you call, I'll go to church. And I like to confess. That was something inside of I like. And all of that happens. If I hurt somebody or I do something wrong, it would have stay in my system and almost trouble I. So I should run and confess. But as I growing up, I getting to understand that every line of a human being is valid. They are lessons. They are not defeat. You confess to the gods and say, forgive me for all the wrongs that I has done. He will say, did you learn from it? They are lessons. And those lessons is to guide the next generation to come. Because we are here is to pave the broken roads we walk, that the generation after us to walk that road.
In your time going to church, wow, quite a lot of white priests. What did you make of that?
Wow. It's only white priests. Because they used to walk the ghetto nighttime with the long gong. But I remember one day is called Gillard.
Father Gillard, yes.
He had a voice, and when he speak, he make you tremble, man. Because at a certain time the voice cut off and it just rise up again, you know. And I can remember a time, you know, he came home and Mama give him a big red fish, man, fry, and he eating it, and I pass and he touched my head. So I use a word, Mama said, don't say that. I said, why you touch my head for? It had a kind of a vibes, you know. Wow, it's just respect still, you know, and give thanks for life, you know, because every line of our past is so valid. Some people will say let bygones be bygones, but no, bro. We must reign. A wise man will reign his past to certify his present.
Someone said, I am sitting in my garden listening to you, and you are bringing me to tears. No, the other thing, wow. The white priest, your father worked with the nun, your mom worked with the priest. Anytime you found yourself going to that place to confess to the white priest?
Yeah, I used to go there. And every time you go and see some Hail Mary and Our Father. And I was an expert in rolling the rosary. I know every corner of the rosary, man. And because I feel...
Tell us what you remember.
I roll in the rosary, the Our Father, and then the Hail Mary, and then you come back to, you know. But the thing, as I grow up, I say, why is only one Father, one Our Father, and 9 or 10 Hail Mary?
Nice question. Nice question.
One Father and 10 Hail Mary.
The Creator.
But you telling me that woman is the product. You look like woman is the mother. She is the mother. She's the goddess. Because you rose to carry her name. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee.
Blessed art thou among all women.
Yes.
And blessed is the truth of thy womb,
yeah, because
Jesus.
Rastafari, because I don't believe those things that woman is a product of man. Woman is the mother of man. They are the incubator of life. They construct human being. But yet still we have a woman as a product. A product is a thing.
So the church has it right?
No, they don't. Well, they have it right, but the people don't understand it.
No, with the prayer, the church has it right.
Yes. They don't understand it because it's mama. It's mama. You know, because plenty of the time, brain, we think that we're the head of the house, and because of the Bible say that, you know, it's out of us.
Head of the home.
Yeah, it's our rib.
And woman cannot tell us what to do because a woman is built out of us.
Yes. And that's bullshit. A woman has more rib than a man. A man have 9 holes in his body. A woman have 10. Ancient African woman could conceive themselves without man. That's where they fabricate the meriting. So I think in them days we have to really stand up and give our woman the love, the guidance, and the respect that they bring good children to us. We hurt women, they give us bad children, man. And then we say somebody spoil them. We have to bring that, we have to turn back that page, re-rail that.
Just hold that thought. Let's go to the telephone quickly. Good evening to you, caller. You're live.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
I'm sitting here listening to Wa, and the only thing I could remember about him was one year I was home with my mom and he asked us about my brother. But now I'm just saying to my sister, boy, he looks so much like Victor from Mr. Paul, who used to be the carpenter at CHS when I was in CHS in the 70s. And then she said to me, that's Mr. Paul's son. I said, oh my God. Because I thought Mr. Paul's last name was Paul. And then Mommy confirms, yes, he's Paul Have. Wow. And only now I make a connection with him and his brother Victor and Mr. Paul, who used to be the carpenter at CHS.
What a small world.
I can't believe it. Anyway, excellent program. I'm listening because a lot of what he's saying, I heard the stories from my brother and my husband who went to Rosa Boys School. So I've covered that. I just want to listen to him. But I am happy to know it's somebody I know very well. Probably that's why he liked church. Because his father was right in there, in the convent.
And his mother.
Excellent.
And his mother.
Excellent,
And you know the
excellent program.
Thank you.
Now I make a connection. I only knew him from a face that talked to me once or twice in Roseau. But now I can make a connection. I'm listening.
Thank you.
Good night.
Yeah. and I'll be questioning about that brother she's speaking about. I'm happy that she didn't mention the brother. Now, you're talking about women, and you're saying that from your understanding that women is not a product.
Yes.
The church makes us to believe that man is the head. But in the prayer, they're making you know that there are...
The woman is the power.
The woman is the power.
But why are you saying the woman is the power?
Because we belittle woman for so many years. They are the power. Man is really the head, but the woman is the neck. If your head don't have a neck, it don't turn. So we cannot bring a woman and carry woman the way that they describe woman as a product of man, and man is the head of the house, and man. No, it's a balance. It's the yin and the yang. I was moving at the other man said, what's staying the light, you know? So I asked him, what shows the value of light? He tell me, light. I said, no. The dark doesn't show the values of light. So guidance to the dark just like the light. Because everything is balanced. We have to understand the balance. You know, if Cecil did something wrong, we'll condemn him to blood, might even jail him. But what he did is guidance for the next. You know what I mean? A wise man learns from his mistake, but a wise man learns from the mistake of others.
Another caller is on the telephone. Good evening to you, caller.
Wow.
Hello, good night.
Good
This
evening.
is Paul. I want to call in, and I want to tell you I will always be proud of him. He might be somebody my mother, blessed memory, loved, and so do I. We are close friends, and I remember him. We didn't grow up together, he's older than I, but his father, I remember, and his mother, Ma Paul and Mr. Paul. Wonderful people they were.
Yes.
I
Yes,
see the
sir.
tears, and I know you have a very warm heart. So take care, and I'll be in touch. I'm listening to the program, or watching rather.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Give
Watching.
thanks.
Yeah, give thanks.
You're welcome. Bye.
Yeah.
Give thanks.
Someone asked, Rastafari, whenever you pray or give thanks, do you still say the Hail Mary prayer?
No. I say Queen Menen. Empress
that?
Menenai.
Who is that?
That's Haile Selassie Queen. The Queen of Queen.
So what about Jesus Christ, Miriam's mother?
You see, I right now I grew up and I don't understand that. It have too much, confusion and, denial and too much people questioning it. But I respect the Christ. But this Jesus and no, I respect the Christ. The Christ is one anointed. But I'm a Rasta man. And I respect everyone's faith. Who am I to question the faith? But we grow. And I'm a Rasta man.
In your time growing up, did the church separated marriage and baptism for some type of people, meaning that on a first day, if you're not married, your child would get baptized, or you're baptized on a first day if you're not married.
They call that the bastard children.
Yes.
Yeah. A child is a child.
Did you grow up in that period?
Yeah. I grew up in that time.
You could tell us a little bit?
I'm a bastard because my father married in about, 56, 57. So my sister after me is a legitimate, they call it?
Yeah,
Yes.
Child. All right? and I'm a bastard.
That your father made you outside of marriage.
Yes, outside of marriage.
So which means you would have gotten baptized on a Thursday.
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
Yes.
Yes.
And what about did you grow up in the time on the period when the church said that if you didn't pay for your pew, you had to sit at the back?
Yeah, well, I used to stay outside because I taking my money and buy coconut cheese. So I can't go inside, but when I go back,
Always radical boy.
Well, sometimes I'd go inside, especially when they have the grand thing like the Easter and the Christmas, I'd go inside. I'll make sure I have to put the 25 cents, because 25 cents they used to give us to put in church as a child. And 25 cents used to be big money,
Big
money, says you can if you go to school with that for your recess, man, you
buy a lot of things.
No, you're lucky to go to school for 25 cents.
All right.
Yeah.
I love that.
You have a 5 cents to buy your sticky, your sticky tablet and so.
Yes. A tablet, bread and buja was 5 cents by board. You remember board in Newtown?
Yeah, man.
That's Foxy Mother. Bread and bunja is 5 cents, man.
Wow.
Yes,
no. At what period would you tell yourself that, me and church are good if I'm over with church?
Well, you see, from the dawn, in 1967, going up to 68, I think Mama called me and tell me they have something going wrong the country, The people profit, and they puff in women's face, and the women them fall, and she wanted me not to go into that.
Ganja.
Yes, it was just coming, it was about 66, 67. But they shouldn't tell that to us because we want to get that.
So you remember this guy they called Georgia?
George, but I can't really bring him come, but I know that name.
Curtis Cadet.
I'm River Street.
Yes.
Yeah, tall Curtis.
Yes.
Dumper.
Yes. He passed.
Wow.
He buried on Tuesday.
You see this nice little fella there?
Yes.
He sell ganja very early.
That's what I was going to come to. That's what I was going to come to.
Very early.
Yes.
Because I smoked up in 1968.
Mm-hmm.
And like it changed our fortnight. I think that is the church and different things come. Even the youth I was going to academy and grammar school followed from the school. Because man start getting books, Maxine and Lenin, Che Guevara and those kinds of things. Marcus Garvey come in and Malcolm X, Martin Luther. So those really...
So let us go back to the 60s and let's go back to Georgia or Curtis Cadet or River Street. In those days, as we said earlier on, that the guys of River Street were not easy.
Yes.
So you have one side on the gang side and the other side selling the herbs.
Yes.
Now, tell me what you knew of Curtis Cadet.
Curtis was a cool fella, just selling his spliff. But he was very serious fella. You can't quit his herb and do bring his money for him. He didn't know his school. He used to work public works too. I think he passed on to But Curtis was an alright fella. A certain time, after the Dread Act, and I came out, I hailed Curtis and I'm a Christian now. I say, wow. Curtis become a Christian, And, we remain partners, but I never knew he passed on. But he was a cool man, Not a violent man or loud man, But the ganja do something for us in the 60s. It shaped up our mind. It sent us somewhere. It make us question things that our parents have never questioned. Because one of the first thing that hit us is to stay away from a lot of things. I was very, very extreme. Stay away from everything. We don't eat the foods. We don't drink the water. We say no. Those foods is to control population. Because we cannot let them, feed us. And that church, I get scared of it because it's in slavery, they give that to us. And we're really young and green, but questioning that. How man could really enslave a people and then give you a God that you have to pray to. We would dread, Yes, I mean, real dread. We cannot bow to that. and punish us. That's why the system still going on. Punishment, like even with the jail. A lot of youths are not supposed to be in jail. They're supposed to be counseled. They're supposed to be reformed. Because we know, and I know, that jail will reform youths. It make them tough. And Malek Brain's supposed to have some institution right now to be a social worker. Get them youths and speak to them before they go to the jail, because jail just spoiling our children, man. You know?
How did you survive that jail?
Wow.
No. Before you talk about how you survived that jail, I want to know. I want us to, because we are walking through. We're walking through the doors of the jail. At what time after telling yourself that I no longer going to be associated to the church, that you found yourself becoming more conscious? At what time?
69, 70. 15, 16-year-old child. Because that was the dawn of the dreads. And we really go deep, because we start connecting with Africa. We start questioning, why you black, Cecil? I asked him, I said, but why you black? It's black, they call you black. So black is the power. Out of darkness cometh light. Like when they talk about the children of the light, is what they talk about, is black people. Black people are the children of the light. But so much of brutality, so much of enslavement, it makes us submit. We are people are living in the world like we agree with everything. Right now, it's the foods. So they're using the food to control the population now, bro.
So during that period, Wa wasn't the only person who would have become conscious.
I think it was a global thing, from the 70s. The whole Caribbean, something was going on. Even every child that born in the 50s, children born in the 50s to the 60s, get that consciousness touch them. Cecil, you know that. A lot of all it do relax. But it was a question that we want to ask. Who are we? Where we going? What we represent? What's the true values and purpose of life? You cannot tell me.
So by that time, Wa decided that I'm not going to wear any more clothes.
No, we stopped wearing shoes.
Stop wearing shoes.
Yes.
Stop wearing shoes.
I don't use shoes for almost 13, 14 years. And then we stopped wearing shirt. So we just had the pants. And the dread start. We start going on in the tongue, and we tell our people, stay off the contraceptive tablet. Stay off the flesh. Stay off the chemicals. You catch an eye, eat the itals, Stay off the contraceptive tablet. Bring forth the babies. More lion. More babies, more strength. And we chant.
And you're so right. I remember that I have a brother, Joe Tex.
How's that brother?
He's doing well. I mean, we see each other very often.
He in the air?
Yes, in Dominica. As a matter of fact, if you go tomorrow by the library, not by the library, sorry, by the Wasco area there, you'll see him there. He works around the area. And Joe Tex would say to us, my brother, stay away from the tin stuff.
Just stay away from it.
Stay away from the tin stuff. And he constantly tells us, stay away from the tin stuff. Stay away from the meat. No meat.
No, it wasn't meat. It was flesh.
Flesh. Well, the word flesh was being used.
Yeah, because
the word flesh.
Meat is not flesh.
Yeah. So it was stay away from the flesh.
Yes.
Stay away from the tin stuff. And he used to try to tell us, don't wear white man clothes. That was the word. Don't wear white man clothes.
We had another one in Portersville. Since Newton and Portersville, well connected. His name was James.
Yes,
James.
My, all right,
James.
Yeah.
That was my brethren.
And I found myself not eating tin stuff way back in mid-70s.
Right.
So I was about 75 or so. I'm not eating nothing called tin stuff.
Right. James would say,
So you're right, when you said that even if some of us didn't put locks, but with the principle...
the consciousness was there. There is certain youths that didn't put locks. And all now I don't see them. And I said certain dreadlocks. It have my brethren that do have locks are very, very conscious. You just a follower. Because there's a lot of followers with dreadlocks. They don't know what we really go through to carry that. So a lot of men have locks. But I know a lot of comey. I don't call my brethren bald head. Bald head is when you're stupid. I call them comey. A lot of comey dreads, ras, they are very conscious. Because sometimes I meet some of them, when they put some reason on me, I just have to just shake my head and smile. Because they're in queue. You know?
So no meat. Up to this present time, I'm not eating meat. I'm not eating things.
What about the iron? All you used to
and
say?
they come to the iron.
Well, we don't work. I don't drive transport. We never drive gun transport. I stay a couple decades to go on transport. Natty dread walk the most, man.
And so you found yourself no shoes. First step.
Yes.
Then no clothes.
Yes.
Second step.
Short pants.
You were only
short
pants.
Yes, short pants.
So you were only short pants.
Yeah, but after the dread arc, I still had clothes, very short, little short pants and so. The dread arc wasn't in grass cut yet. It's when it's about 1970, 76, 77. The prison officers tell us is now we have dreads. You see the crop, that first set of dread, the prison officers used to tell us is now it have dread. They rise like sand on the seashore. Newtown load up, Granby load up, Portsmouth load up. Every corner of the land dread just rise. That's where the mall of them come in, the mall come after, and the man hit the mountain and throw the clothes and make the grass cuts and different thing, But I never wear clothes in jail. When I in jail, I never wear clothes.
You were naked?
What you wore?
I was naked, just plait rope around my waist, my 2 foot, my hand and my neck. Plait the ropes. That was my clothes. I never wear clothes in jail.
How did the prison allow you to wear that?
Well, it was in maximum security.
What caused you to go to maximum security?
Because we was fighting against the system. And I get myself caught up making a movement to some man and I slash a white fella. And I got 7 years security confined as a political prisoner.
So that gentleman died in the
No,
process?
he didn't die. He got 5 stitches, half an hour in the casualty.
And you took 7 years?
Yes, I.
Hold on.
And don't know the procedure of the court. Never been to court.
So hold on, you were saying to me that what year was that?
That was 1974, the 13th of May. 1975, the 13th of May.
13th of May, 1975.
Yes.
You got yourself into an altercation and a white man was involved.
No, the 13th of May, 75 was a sentence.
Okay.
But it was November 1974, it was wrong about the 3rd or the 4th. No. So of November. Because November 19 was the dread arc. 1974.
By the way, we have to talk about the dread arc.
Hold on, yes. So you're saying to me that the white man got caught,
yes,
got 5 stitches. You can confirm that?
Yes.
And then you found yourself sentenced for 7 years?
Yes.
Give us that story of that 7 years.
Well, when I reached to the court, Brian Allen supposed to represent me or talk to her because I don't know the procedures of court. I never been to court, so I step inside. They told me to go in that box, and Brian told me he can plead guilty with an explanation. So this judge, I think the same judge that condemned Kabinda, and what's his name again? I think he dies in St. Lucia in some hotel room, like, I just forget his name, But this one, when I step up to the box, he watch me. I say, not guilty. I'm guilty with an explanation. 7 years, take him away.
That's all.
And they put me in the 7x5.
So hold on. So what did your lawyer then say for you?
Nothing.
In defense?
Nothing else.
So hold on.
No, there was no defense. Nobody said nothing.
At that time, we would be aware that Brian Allen was one of the lawyers being used for service being used to help the number of young men who were being taken to the courts.
Yes.
And you're saying that on that said day, your lawyer said to you to plead guilty with an explanation. When you said that, you were actually sentenced to 7 years, and he did not make a plea for you?
No plea. They brought me up.
Did you, and at any one time you said to yourself that was a setup?
Well, man, is when I grow up, I get to understand everything that was happening because he was taking all the dreads and them. No lawyers could defend us in court. The whole leave dreadlocks on you, you can have the best lawyer. They'll give you 9 months jail. No lawyer couldn't represent us in that time. It's about 77 when they enforced the law and they bring Chubby and them, I think, Harris and Amo, I think, or Amon Harris and Eugenia, I think they come out and fight against that. I think Brian was in it too, fight against that law,
So you were in jail. You have 7 years. Were you in jail before Kabinda or after Kabinda?
I met Kabinda in jail.
You met Kabinda in jail. And Kabinda would have gotten in jail just around the same time?
Same year. Kabinda was in jail after the carnival, 1974. Mm-hmm. And I went later down November.
Okay. Yeah. No. A caller called earlier on, and the caller is the sister of Roy Mason.
Yes.
Right. Did you meet Roy in jail?
No. Roy had left already.
Roy left already.
Yeah, because Morris and them, I think Morris Bishop had freed him up.
Okay. So Morris Bishop actually stood for Kabinda. But Kabinda stayed in jail as to how long?
Well, we escaped May 1979. I think the 25th of May 1979 we broke the jail.
So
and Kabinda was there from February 1974. Mm-hmm. So 74 to 79. How much? About a 5
years.
Yeah.
Right. So you were in jail up to 79. 79 of May 29.
May 29.
That's the day of Hurricane David.
No. The year
of Hurricane David. Sorry. The year. Yeah, so you got escape on the day of the revolution.
The revolution.
Yeah.
4 days, I think, after, while we was in the mountain, it was the 29th of May.
Mm-hmm.
The riot started in Hillsborough Street. That's where the fella get shot.
Yeah, so how did you escape from jail?
It's a mistake. Well, that something was going on in the jail. Wrong. Because, we don't have no communication. We're in solitary confinement. Our cell is about 7 by 5. So there's some good officers here, that connecting with us. They treating us as
human beings.
Yes, they don't watch us as criminals or nothing. So we always getting tips. So they say, well, Dominic are going to have a big strike. And they preparing the cabinets to put cells and so to jail everybody, So
hold on, you mean that was said to you?
Yes.
To you all?
Yeah.
The preparation of bringing people to the
that was said.
Yes.
to the prison.
In the jail, I hear that. In the security block. Because we had a officer 24/7 for 5 years in the block. Guarding
you all.
Yes. Because we don't want to stay jail, no. I never stopped trying to escape from the jail.
You always try to escape?
I want to go. I rather dead that. Because jail is not a place for human being.
At that time?
No. It's not. No, it's just not a place for human being. I think, because it don't reform you. It make you bad.
So what was the kind of treatment that was given to you? Because I still want to hear your story in terms of your escape, but what was the kind of treatment that you received?
Well, we suffer in that jail a lot, man. We don't eat food for plenty times. We used to be hungry, our body pricking us because we're getting so pale. You have to bring food, but we cannot eat the foods. But, it had a time, Mr. Clark was a good... When we really reached it the first time, it was Mr. Blah.
You want to hold on a while? Just remember Mr. Blah. Yeah. Good evening to you, caller.
Hey, good evening, Cecil.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good program.
Thank you.
Cecil,
yes.
But for the younger generation sake, the name cabin have been mentioned more than 4 times, but the younger generation
Desmond
don't know
Trotter.
who that person is.
Desmond Trotter.
Exactly.
Thank you.
For the younger,
Sorry,
for the younger
sorry.
listeners' sake.
Yes,
For the
yes.
younger listeners'
Thanks,
sake.
thanks.
Rastafari.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you, Desmond Trotter.
Yes.
And he's now in Ethiopia.
Yes, and he's in Ethiopia.
Yeah.
Yeah, Desmond Trotter. Sorry about that. Go ahead. You talk about Mr. Clark.
When we reached in the jail, 74, it was Mr. Blad.
Mr. Blanc. Yeah,
Boy, this man was Batista.
yeah, crucial.
This man don't take prisoners. This man, man, Mr. Blad was crucial. Mr. Empty one of the cell and they was throwing us in the cell like this. They packing us up. Crucial, man. Then after he leave, Mr. I think Mr.
Rennick.
Clark, Rennick was, we call Rennick Pontius Pilate. Because he always watches someone come to the job. You know, Mr. He's something else.
Washing his hands.
Yeah, you don't want to involve in that, you know. Because I can remember night, you know, no water in the jail. And the man have some cistern where them prisoners bathing and they full it of water and bring for us. We won't drink that. That's your whole underwear hanging on those things, you know. So we see and we're really hungry. And Mr. Clark went his home and take his bucket full of water he bring first, and he opened the prison to go and cook food for us that evening because we wasn't eating, you know. Try to, you know, you're a good man. He was a good man, you know. But we suffer a lot, man. Man shit in our food and bring food, we shit inside of it.
That's
man.
real?
Yes,
That's real, like real?
Real. Well, one thing about I don't want to speak to gain people confidence. I don't want to speak to people for them to believe me. I want them to know what I go through. Pot of food came in the jail, in the security block, with worms on top of it. Food come and look like them and take a thing they call shufwedi, a kind of tanya. When we eat it, our throat was like his needle's weight. A certain time a pot of food come, and somebody went in the toilet and wiped and put that big piece of shit toilet on the food. And I mean, it's crucial to say, you know, but it's real. Then we stopped eating for a portion of time.
Cabinet was involved?
Yes, cabinet was there. Cabinet was involved. We build, remember, all the crucial dreads. They have them in the secret job. We're like political prisoners. We do shifting. If you have to shift me, you must shackle me. And we don't wear clothes. Cabinet wasn't wearing clothes too. We stayed naked in the jail for 66 months. Maximum security. When the Board of Justice came there and they see us, that woman I'll never forget. I think she had married to one of the commissioner of police, my peer. She was nice lady. When she came and she see us, lady cry. She's telling Mr. Clark, but they are children. That woman cry. And Mr. Karam, that man, wherever he is, I always sending guidance for him. If he was leaving, I'll be checking him to make sure that he well. When he go in the cell, there's a piece of cardboard we had. No cardboard. A blanket and a sheet. And we sleeping on concrete. You see our two hip bone? We used to laugh one another. We used to call that Zoko Buik. The two sides of our thing, you could take knife and scrape it. Our two bone get so hard. So when you see the condition and tell us why we do our mattress, we say, well, you cannot use jail mattress because jail mattress, they just make a bag and they choke the fiber in it. So you should know it's quiver, you know, because fiber touch. So we don't mattress. I know fiber mattress, you have to picture it.
Yeah, you picture, yeah.
So you hold the fiber
And
in one spot.
Yeah.
You know, then Mr. Karam come and, you know, watch the condition, tell us, well, if they don't want this, they don't want that, better for the government. He give us some cardboard, thick cardboard, so we could put on the floor and build a bed like. And he gave us a pot. They said, well, this pot is a dread pot. Listen to that, you know, bro. So he said that pot must go in the kitchen to mingle with the flesh eater's pot. So the pot will be staying in the officer's quarter. The first day, no, I have to prepare the food now because everything coming in, my coconut coming in, my bag of food coming in, So I prepare the ital in the security block. I make my knife out of coconut shell, my scraper, so I set it. The first day, the food come. Eat Irie. Put it in the pot back in your officer's quarter. The next day, there is still where you is here. I remember, The next day, they go and get the pot fire. A man shit in the pot with piss and everything inside of it. Look, this is real thing, brother. No officers don't to argue they are doing. But one of them says there is still do that to us. And
as people.
Yeah. I never get hungry like that. I know hunger in jail. I know hunger. We talk about hungry. We have to just wash the body and eat skin and all.
Hold that fort, eat skin and all. Good evening to you, caller. You're live.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I have to add something to what Wa is saying. And what the conditions at the prison that he's describing, he is spot on. And I'm going to tell you from my personal experience. Thank God my mother was who she was. When they brought up Desmond and my brother up there, my mom, somebody had given her what was going on there. And the one thing she asked for is that her child never be fed food from up there. At the time Algie Charter that just passed, he was their schoolmate and he was just an officer.
It's true.
Algie,
Yes.
She was a John Baptist. He had a daughter with Lyris. And Jarvis,
Yes.
those were three of the nicest prison officers looking out for those guys. And thank God they never brought them into the main section. At the time, Matron McDowell was running the women's section. Agnes Marte, who was married to Desmond Marte, she was the next attendant. And there was one other lady. And they kept them for the months, I think 3 or 6 months, they kept them in that section and never brought them into the main jail. And Rennie Clark was really, you could tell he seemed to have been antagonized at what was going on and who was coming in. And let me tell you how my brother and Desmond got fed. You see Bottom Brains that's sitting there with you?
Yes.
His sister Mervyn was a nurse at St. Luke's. And the days she would come sometimes to pick up the food. And every day, Claude Bellot, Birdie, and Black Peoples, that is Mavis Kazimi, who is now married to Fanso. The three of them would walk up to all through from tongue and bring the food because my mother insisted that they would not going to give her child food that was prepared in the prison.
Wow.
So Wa is spot on. And I'm telling you, when they started to pick up those guys for any and every reason, they were just bringing them in there. And that judge that you were trying to remember his name was Justice Rennick. He was a Grenadian. And from day one, you could tell that man had issues with Brian Allen and Morris Bishop. And later we found out when Q.C. Allen, Brian's father, was the judge or a Queen's Counsel in Grenada, the two of them were always at loggerheads. But that man wouldn't ask any question. And I'll never forget him because he shut down every opportunity he get to shut down Morris Bishop and Brian Allen, he would. And he was playing like he was so concerned and he was partial, but he was ruthless. And thank God my mother stood her grounds. She gave up her job for those months, and every single day she was sitting there right next to that dock, watching her son and watching every move in the court. And Norman Roll, may his soul rest in peace, he was in charge of the jury, whatever they called him. And it was after that case was over, and they say people mustn't talk, you were hearing the things that was going on behind closed doors to get to Desmond Trotter Kabinda. That's the person they wanted.
Wow.
But at the time, anybody would pay for it, and it just so happened they happened to pick somebody, and my mom was steadfast. And I can tell you, every single one of the jurors that was on that case.
Don't call your names.
And because
no, she can.
No, I'm not
about-
calling anybody names.
No, she can.
No,
I said she can if she wish. And people forgive each other, you know.
No, because I'm just telling you, because what I'm giving you is first-hand experience. Wa is spot on.
Yes, it is.
It was no joke up there. And you wouldn't believe it. It was after the stint of Kabinda and these guys like Wa, Pishi,
Yeah, Pishi.
who is, I want to connect Pishi because people might make the, okay, Pishi became a dread after that. Because it was all about people beginning to open their eyes and realize colonialism that was running Dominica was just an extension of slavery.
Wow.
And that's what brought a lot of upheaval in Dominica, and Peter was paying for Paul. I can tell you the exact day Desmond walked out of Princess Margaret prisons. It was
Her Majesty.
Hurricane David.
Her Majesty.
Her Majesty, whatever they call it.
It was
Hurricane David.
It wasn't Hurricane David. It wasn't Hurricane.
Well, hold on a while. Why I'm going to tell you it's Hurricane David. When the doors broke down and some prisoners walked out, O.J. Seraphine was the interim prime minister. Because May 29th was earlier in the year, Hurricane David was August 29th.
Yes.
And when Desmond walked out, probably he had gone a second time, a first time, I don't know. But that time, Hurricane David, they came to my mom. I can see them now. They came next door to Mr. Harris because they know he had a ham radio, and they were looking to make connections with the outside world. And then they said to Mommy, hold on, we need to speak to you. They thought that the first person that Desmond would go to is her, because Desmond knew how she had saved his life by not making him be inside of the prison while they were waiting, because God knew, and somebody had given my mother the whole scoop of what was going on in there. And I can tell you, Rennie Clark, I have to give him big thumbs up, because like Wase, he may have been washing his hands from the situation, because he allowed Matron McDowell and Agnes Packer Marte to have them down in a little place like a school. I think they said they used to keep the women there, and they never brought them into the main jail. So I believe exactly what he's saying about what they used to feed them, because that's why my mom, she went straight to Mr. Clark, who she knew, and she told him she just want one permission to feed her child every single day he's in there. And God bless Claude Bellot, my husband Burdock Shillingford, and Black People's Mavis Kazimi. She married to Fanso. These were the people that used to walk up there to make sure that they ate, because Mavis had a child with Desmond. So what is saying, he must be spot on about what they were giving them to eat, because I know why we were cooking food every day out of our kitchen to make sure my brother would make juice. That's how I learned to make kakao with quem. We had to make, and they allow my mom to feed them while they were there. And that's how we got close. My mom is like a mother to Desmond. And that's how we really got close, especially to Kathleen and Paula, because Mommy was taking care of Desmond like he was her son. And up to today, that guy, Desmond, loves my mom to death because she knew, part of the reason his life was saved. Because they're talking about Dominica. Dominica don't have ruthless politicians now, like what was going on in that time. And the way they treat, and from both parties at the time, because first time I went into the House of Assembly, I went with Buddy when they were passing the Dread Act. It was upstairs the ministry, and I'll never forget that. It was around the same time a certain child was born in Dominica. His father made the big announcement around that time. I am not telling you hearsay. I am telling you lived experience. And I can call plenty names, and all of them went before people like Wah and my brother Ann Kabinda. Thank you.
Thank you. Boy, she said that with you could sense that she wanted to let that go for a long time.
Here's what the historical document is saying, because we have to go to the document. Let us see what it said. On the 20th of August 1974, the trial opened at the High Court of the Queen versus Desmond Trotter and Roy Mason, both charged with the murder of Jurasek. Mason was found not guilty. Trotter was found guilty and was sentenced to hang. The case brought out the sharp division in the land. Trotter, defended by lawyer Brian Allen and Grenadian Maurice Bishop, was seen by the establishment to represent the destabilizing forces loose in our land, while in his defense he denied any involvement and claimed to be part of the seeking to eliminate all forms of oppression, exploitation, or corruption inherent within our society. His supporters accused the state of a frame-up. I just read from the historical document. No, I'm just telling you. So I'm just showing you that within the Lakou, we are giving the story as seen from both sides.
So at what time did you all escape from the jail?
Well, the 21st, from the dawn of May 1979, it was crucial. Every day, like the prison becoming like a skeleton staff. Officers just staying home until it reached to the 25th. The only prisoner that was in the prison that day, that morning, was Harris. Mr. Harris, some football, I think
he lived in Liblan Lane.
He lived in Liblan Lane, that's correct.
Mr. Harris.
Yeah, I wonder how he's doing now.
He died.
He's dead. He died. He passed.
Well, that was an iron man. As a
matter of fact, his daughter married to Patrick John's daughter.
Daughter, yes.
No, his daughter married to Patrick John's son.
Son.
Wow.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. His daughter.
Well, I tell you, he was a tight man. That morning, May 25th, he came in the security block. They usually open our cell in the morning about 7 o'clock, 6:47, and we put our stock pail outside and they go through our stock pail. But that morning, when Mr. Harris came, he came inside and he cabined is the first cell, because the two first cell is the hangman cell, the one for condemned, and the man that waiting conviction and murder. And the rest of the cells have board, wood. So it's just a little pothole, you could just peep it. So he opened cabinet and tell cabinet go in the yard and throw his stock pail. So with their mom is saying, what? Cabinet in the yard. Then he opened Free Joseph brothers. They went in the yard.
Who were the Free Josephs?
Free Joseph boy from 4x1. I think they was accused for killing a brother of theirs or something. Anyway, they opened the three of them. Then they opened I up. They had another man, I think, Nicolas Sejan from Portsmouth.
From Portsmouth, yes.
Yeah, that only with that Tumba business.
Yes. Nicolas Sejan.
Yes. So we reach in the yard. A man long with us in the yard, so we linger in the yard. Because every movement in the jail, we shuckle along. A visit, they have to shuckle us. So we in the jail and in the prison yard, lingering, doing little things. And a certain time we say, let us go back to the prison, to the security block. But when we reach there, we meet a partner called Michaud from Warner. He have Harris against a wall. And the man choking Harris. I wish Harris was there to answer that.
You serious?
No, I telling you, bro. I tell you, man. He have Harris in his throat and he pull out the key in Harris and he throw it over. So I tell him, man, well, that is the day. So we bust the jail and we move. But time we reach over Fokolego up on the mountain, half of the prison was divorced. So we had to start and tell him, man, no, because the man is revolution now, because Dre escape, Anyway, we run them back down and 5 of us move. That's May 25th, 1979. It was Cabinda, it was Ako, it was Law, Totally, and they called me in the jail Mabuya. In the jail, I was called Mabuya because I say I don't stay in the jail. And the history of Mabuya, that's the only slave they never captured. They don't know where he passed.
You want to hold that fort while someone's on
Yeah.
it? Oh, okay, go ahead. Person.
So we move and we climb the mountain. I think we reach close to the freshwater lake or so, and we cross and we take a whole day. We escape over 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, and we take a whole day and night to reach in Babia. So when we reach in Babia, that's where we meet the brothers.
Where's Babia?
Babia is the Trotters estate.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where we reach and give us clothes because we just had a short pants, a prison pants. We just take the prison pants, the short pants. We didn't take shirt. And you should know what Zeb Kuto do us.
But at that time, you all were not wearing clothes, so.
Yeah, so we had to take the pants.
Mm-hmm.
We put the pants. Mm-hmm. Because you know what Zeb Kuto do us? Man, we cut up all our body, cut up like his razor. So we went there, changed, but the next morning we had to move. We was trying to move up to the east, the middle of Dominica, they call Mita. But Cabinda couldn't do it. Because Cabinda fall on a stone. And if Cabinda make one night with us, one day on the run would have to bury him. Because Cabinda, he couldn't do it. And that's where the mystic come in, Cecil. We decided if we walk down that river, we'll meet Palm Grove. So we're walking down the river. When it's a certain part, I saw the light on a hill. I tell them it had to be a dread that there. So let me go and see because we decided to put Cabinda under lamppost. Because Cabinda couldn't do it. If he had make a night with us, he would be dead.
So you leave him under the lamppost for what?
So people transport would pass and see him and seize him. When we climb up on that hill, I called the man about 3-4 times. The man didn't answer. Sometimes the man say, "Ho!" So I say, "Ho!" He say, "Who is that?" I say, "Mabuya." The man run out bawling. Pishi Mwata that retired from the prison service and become a dread.
So you mean Pishi was already in the bush?
I'm telling the eye, that is the man we hand and Cabinda.
So how Pishi found himself there?
If Cabinda, if you're listening, you must try to connect with it. When one man say, "Ho!" Pishi burst out from the house, like a shamba, with dreadlocks. We cry like babies. We just crying. So we just tell Pishi, he have to do something. Cabinda see the fall on a stone, running.
Just hold that thought you have there about the stone. All right, we'll come back to that. Good evening to you, caller.
Good evening. I want to add one more thing to what the contribution I made.
Yes.
To this day, I don't know what it's like at home because I try not to get too deep into how things are. I can only talk about my experience. But if you haven't got people to look out for you, Crapo smoke your pipe at that time. Because we have to also say thank God to Wadi Astafan and his wife that my mother had given service from taking care of their children all through. We went to school with their kids, but they would always allow her time to leave work to go up and check and see what was going on up there. Because they would give her that opportunity so she could go in, she could see her child and Desmond and know what was going on. And God bless Matron McDowell and Agnes Mate and whoever the third lady that was in there. But Wadi Astafan and his wife gave my mother full reign to leave anytime she wanted, to go up there and spot check to see what was going on with her child, because they were out to get those guys. I'm not telling you all of those things that happened in Dominica were not issues, but in that particular issue, they were ready, and I'll tell you why they were after Desmond. Desmond used to work in the Ministry of Home Affairs, and he was one of the first people that started his own little newspaper challenging the system. I cannot remember the name now, but he had his own little newspaper. He would print it and come and circulate it. Not Tuavai. Tuavai came from MND.
Yes.
But before that, was it Manikou? Something, but Desmond was one of the first people that was out of the anti-establishment newspaper. It wasn't the Chronicle, not Herald, not the Star. And Desmond came up with a little newspaper challenging the system, and that made him easy target and one they wanted out of the way.
What about his brother Ghana?
No, he was...
Ghana, I tell you, Ghana was a plumber, and Ghana was, of course, those guys were dread, because they used to go to Jamaica in the summer with Paula, their sister. Dr. Etienne was studying at that time. And that was when they came back one time with locks. And they got into, I don't know, they were getting into the Rastafarian thing. And that's where it all started. Because I remember when they came back down, 4 of them got off the federal boat and came up. And Mommy almost hit the roof when she saw Roy with locks. And from that, they made them targets. But in the end, you had a lot of things going on in the hills that those guys were not responsible for, but Peter was paying for Paul. When they started, you had all the story with Tumba and all these people. You never hear nothing about these people. It's just that all serious Rastafarians end up getting blame when the nonsense started happening with them just attacking people. But I'm telling you, Desmond was the target. Desmond was working in the Ministry of Home Affairs. And I can tell you 2 people that was working with him. One was his main witness, and her daughter reminded me when I went to Dominica in 2023, if I didn't remember, her mom was Desmond's witness because she spent the afternoon on the porch with him. The lady's gone now. They used to live right there across from ACS. I couldn't forget those things. And it didn't matter what happened. Politics does always play a hand in the law. And there's no doubt about it. Because Rennick knew exactly what he was doing and who was the Attorney General at the time? Eustace Francis. Eustace Francis was the attorney. And before Eustace Francis, I cannot forget these people. It was Leo Austin, but he ran after May 29th. Because Leo Austin got married to a girl I sat in school with. You see where Reggie have the house, Great Marlborough Street, where they had the fire? There was a Syrian, or I think they were from Aruba somewhere. Right in there was a family living, and one of the daughters, the boy went to SMA with my husband, my brother, and one of the young daughters, Leo Austin, got married to her, and that was my classmate. But he ran after May 29th. Eustace Francis was the one handling the case.
Someone
God
said,
bless. If you haven't got people to look out for you, crapo, smoke your pipe.
Someone said the newspaper was called Black Cry.
No. Desmond Owen had a Creole name.
Okay.
And if I can tell you, because if I go downstairs now and I open the box with copies of Tuavai and so on, I might find one of them.
Okay.
I want to believe it was Manikou, but that's neither here nor there.
Manikou.
But he was the first anti-establishment newspaper in Dominica. It was Desmond that set it up, and he was running his thing on his own. And all he was doing was criticizing the system, and that made him the main target.
Thank you.
Good.
All right. Another caller quickly.
Yeah.
Good evening to you, caller.
Yeah. Cecil.
Yes.
The one I was talking about movement too, and you could talk in. It was the Manikou. Yeah?
You're breaking up in the caller. You're really breaking up.
Manikou, man.
You hear me properly now?
Yes.
Huh?
Go ahead.
Why was the
You know that was Manikou.
Manikou, yes, Manikou.
I was part of that group too.
Manikou.
Okay.
Our paper used to print in the Banana Association office by the
Yeah, right.
It used to be printed by the Banana
Association.
Okay.
Yeah, Illyrian is looking there.
Who?
Illyrian Deschamps.
Oh, Deschamps. Oh, yeah, Healy. Yes. Yeah.
Right, because Illyrian Deschamps' house was on Federation Drive at the bottom.
Yeah, but the paper is printed in the office in the Banana Association office because they had a printer there.
Yeah, you're correct. You're correct.
So I could tell you all of it.
Yeah, thank you. All right. And I just want to tell that caller, when you call, whenever you call, I've said that to you several times. Please lower down the volume of your radio. I think it's the radio you have.
Right.
Okay? Because it's really giving us a bad feedback and we cannot get you very clearly. So please, caller, I do not want to do the civilized thing and that's to cut you off because we're not hearing you well, and through the headphones it's also disturbing the eardrum. So please, I just appreciate that. I appreciate the point that I appreciate the fact that you can call and to give us the necessary information, but please call. I've said so to you several times. So yes, go ahead, Ra.
You're telling us about when you met Pishy and you had your man, Allen.
So the evening, it was about 7 o'clock. Well, we didn't know about time, but it was pretty dark. And one Pishy come out and he see us, man. The man jump, and he tell him, boy, Kabinda, you take care of Kabinda, and because we cannot handle it, Kabinda couldn't make it, The mountain's ugly, man. The mountain rugged, and you have to have guts for it, bro. And it take a time for me to hear about Kabinda again, because I gone in the hills. I have a death warrant on me. The man want me dead or alive, so I have to be moving like like hot knife in thinner butter, smooth and to stay alive, But Pishy was a love man. In the jail, he take care of us, man. That's my brethren, Ras. Because the first burial we do is Pishy, We do that in down on the side, Pishy was just a godsend. Travis was Travis was a good man. Travis in Lago there.
Yeah,
But Mr. wasn't a prisoner. Mr. was a reformist. I come a time the man watch me in the security block and he say, do go back in the hills. Go and sing, man. Because they go kill you. And I live, I'm here today and I just give thanks. All my brethren dead and most of my brethren dead on the run,
So while you're on the run, give us a story of stories of things that happened while you were on the run. Police came at you, gunshot sent at you,
I think I had some spiritual guidance or some ancestors carried me. A bullet never sent after I. Most time I leave the brethren and I move and then it's dead man, dead man. I just keep just moving away and I just getting away. The closest I reach to that wasn't so close. It's Hurricane David. I went down in Gombe in Jurel to get some Kako tea and some, syrup, cane syrup, to bring up in the hills. And that's where Hurricane David took us.
How was it there?
Man, trees was walking, man. I see coconut tree coming out from the ground and they walking like man. The mountain just, and we ran out and that is where, we find 4 children. I think that 1 boy and 3 girls under a rock, Ras. And we took those children and rescued them by Mr. Honeychurch.
Coming to that.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
And it dread me because when I reached the youths, I was in Grasscourt. I had a Grasscourt and 4 other brothers, 4 other partners.
Do you remember the 4 brothers?
Yeah, it was my brother itself.
Which one?
Shambwa. Mm-hmm. It was Khan, that's from Egliston. It was another one they called Ting from Newton, and one they called David. That's one from Gombe itself. So it was 5 of us. And Mr. Honeychurch really pushed me when I reached in front of the door. But I had a child in my hand. Because we carried the children, because I tell them, man...
And that is the father of Lennox Honeychurch, right?
Yes. And send the children inside. When I send the child inside, I can remember he catch the child in between his leg, because, it's children. And the 4 other brothers was running with the 4 children. But we stayed there. I was moving. But he tell me not to move because the hurricane just start. And it's going to be crucial. So I lingered around. But let me tell you something, man. Every crack in the wind, my blood running cold. Because I know he's a man who could call the police to take me right there because I'm there. But something go on, I cook food, I make oil, coconut oil to rub up the children, he eat idols. And at a certain time he tell me he know me. So I tell him, well, how you know me? He tell me you Cecil Joseph. And your grandfather built that house. And that house took 1930. He was really good to man. Because he keep on watching me and taking a lot of notes. Every movement I make. That's why when they kill him, I really cry in the brain.
You were not around when that happened?
When they kill him?
Yes.
No, I was in another mountain.
Mm-hmm.
When I die, because there was something in me telling me he was taking note on me. So he could present that. And they kill him, they burn down his house, kill his animal. And I catch myself saying, but why? He was the man to set I free. Because I still on the run, And that's why I saying loud again, Lennox have to take out that thing he put in his book about the same set of people that was rescued by his father, the same people that killed me. He must take that out.
So you say that Lennox accused you?
No, he accusing us, and the generation mustn't listen to that. The people that was rescued by him wasn't a part of his father kidnapping. We wasn't close to that. Because Pocosio had a high respect for him. He was a kind of afraid of I. So I would tell him to let go the man because I was a dread on the mountain. If I was close to that.
So Pocosio was in the other camp?
Yeah. But Pocosio was almost like a plant. It's something that was designed by some part of the system, bro. Because when you're reaching Pocosio camp, is army suit he have on him. He have SLR and he have 303. I mean, that's government guns, bro.
That is things that you saw. That is things that you saw.
Yeah, man. Because I don't like guns. I never use gun. I don't want gun.
So Pocosio, how far was Pocosio from Lennox father's home? From Teddy.
Where he was in that mountain, he could have used that same river, that same ravine, and meet on the church, almost on the same ridge.
So it was very easy for Pocosio to get in touch with. Yeah. So you are saying that most likely that Hartly Church and Pocosio group would have been having conversation very often.
Well, I would say that, but Hartly Church to me last time I see him, and it's plenty years I never see that man, and the first time I see him after long years, he was very calm because I was in his home with children. He was airy. He wasn't looking, he didn't have that kind of racism thing about him, or, it's like he wanted me to come in his house, come inside the house, but I can't come in the house. I'm a Mao. I cannot stay in the house because I have to fly any moment, So
if you are aware that you know for a fact that you and your guys were not part and parcel of the killing or the ambushing of Teddy Hartly Church, who would have been then?
Well, I don't know, because what had really caused that kidnapping, there was 2 brethren living in Gomye, which is Hobo and Deuce, which are the 2 of the brethren that rescued the children by Hartly Church. They were murdered in sleep, and there was no part of Pocosio group.
Let's take that again. You said that the 2 brothers,
yes,
the 2 brothers who got killed
in Gomye.
Are you talking about Vincent Bob and the other brother? Are you talking about the Bob brothers?
No, those men is high up in the hills. I'm talking about Gomye.
Mm-hmm.
And Gomye, to help us, Gomye is where...
Gomye is below Jordan, coming down to the Hartly Church area there. Yeah, Hartly Church is there, Gomye.
You say close to the Rastafari...
yeah, Tabernacle.
Tabernacle?
Right where the Tabernacle is. Because where the Tabernacle is my grandmother land. Mm-hmm. And Hoba is a part of the family. But so them that was my bridge. That was my crossover. It's there. I just already take care of man in the wild, to make my things fly, and I'll come there and conquer it and fly out next day or early morning. But whole one dus was there when they come look for Pocosio and his clique that morning. And something have to go on, because the mother of Dus is living above the tabernacle. She's telling the police and them it's her son that their only friend is not Pocosio. She get up to tie her car about 5 o'clock in the morning. But they tell her go back inside. And time she turned, she a bullet. And them two youths were sleeping. And the police had to do that. They know that.
Who do you accuse the police for doing that act?
The police, they do it, bro. But they cannot they cannot go unpunished. Because I tell them already, when you murder people, they are not dead, they are ghosts. You murder a man, he's not a dead, he's a ghost, and he's going to find you. He'll run you until that kingdom come, bro. This human body's life is not a thing people make, you don't play with that, bro.
So would you say, as you're speaking, would you know, you don't have to say to us, but would you say that these police officers that would have done that crime, do you feel that they have gotten their results in terms of the ills of life?
Well, boy, I can't even say that, but you see, who have eyes to see will see.
Yeah. You said
That's all I can say.
So the bodies are...
Yeah, I know. Who have eyes to see will see. Because you don't kill innocent people, Ras. People accuse me for killing people already, I never see a dead man in front of I. I never see a dead man in front of I. I never partake in killing people. I tell you, I caught a white fellow to escape, and he got 5 stitches. He still half an hour in casualty. I was a youth just going into 20. They give me 7 years security confinement, a child. I was beaten for 5 hours. I puked blood. My 2 eyes, my ears, man thumping my ears, and my ears ring for almost a year like it's rubbish at me. I get kicks in my chest. My mother sent bull the mask for I. The bull the mask with the...
Yeah, to remove the blood.
Yes, and when Travis was there, if he was there, blood, I would tell you. When I drink this thing after a couple of days, I puke in blood like clots. But I'm here just to deliver it, because I tell them you'll kill some, you'll capture some, but who get it will reveal it. I don't add in or subtract in anything when I speak. I don't want to gain people confidence. The truth have to be told. And one cabin get this amnesty. The 4 of us stayed on the run. The 4 of us stayed almost 2-3 years. Running from mountain to mountain. Nobody looking for amnesty for us. Nobody talking nothing. It's my mother gone plead with Eugenia Charles. Until she have a son, and they tired here, I died here, they kill me in Postmore, they kill me there, and every day she hearing that boiling her up, So they go on and they make a contact with the priest. And they send and get me. But problem for me to put down my grass skirt, Brain.
They send and get you in the bush.
They send them, come down, they're going to give me amnesty, and I telling you, man.
You get the message?
Yeah, come down, man.
How you got that message?
Well, somebody come and tell me that. They're going to give me amnesty, I have to come down this day.
So which means you're in constant contact with the public?
Yeah, because you have to have, in all that round there, you have to have bridge, man. And it's so mystic. In other portion of youths running the mountain, bringing things high. And a bullet never sent after them. They never had to jump and run from police. It's just like I make the run, and I never see a squad of police. No bullet never sent after I.
Someone want to say something? Let's hear about that person. Say good evening. Sorry about that, caller. Another person is on the line. Let's take this person. Good evening to you, caller. Good evening to you, caller. Good evening. Good evening to you, caller. Sorry, we'll have to call back. Yes. So a bullet never came close to you. You never see police on the run.
No.
But a lot of your other groups or the other groups Police came there, sent gunshot at them. They died in the process.
Well, a good couple of men dead, man.
Now, what you make of Pokosio at that time? Did you have conversation with Pokosio during that period, because you would have known what Pokosio is doing?
Pokosio was like a little brother to I. So when I run out of herb, I would make a movement and get help from Pokosio. But Pokosio was influenced by some people that higher than him. Mash up the youth mind. Because remember, after the overflow of Patrick George,
79 years.
79, man wanted to recruit the Dread to put them back in power, you know.
Hang on, let's take that.
Let's take it again.
Let me just take that with you. Cecil, I want to ask him that.
Yes, yeah,
when Patrick George was overthrown, there was man recruiting, trying to recruit the Dread.
To topple the government.
To topple the government, you know.
To topple which government?
Well, the interim government or any government are there, but they wanted him to come in. And they
Patrick John?
Yes, they wanted to bring him in. They talked to I.
So what you're trying to say, that Patrick John group, while in opposition, they would come and speak to you all in the bush?
No, not his group,
not
agents.
His group. Agents. You know what you're saying?
No,
okay, his agents.
Agents.
All right, we're preparing you all to come to Roseau, to create a revolution,
yes,
to put Patrick John in power.
Yes.
And that can go on record as history.
Yes, because the Dread itself wasn't really revolutionaries. The Dread was connecting to nature.
That's right.
It's about nature until that tried to infiltrate us. You know?
So if you wanted a bad guy, why would they come to you?
Hang on.
No, because you see, I am very outspoken, and I have a lot of influence when I talk to people. That way, some man does think I'm a academics. I big.
Yes.
But it's the way you understand life and the way you speak to people. Because from the time we escaped, there was a certain person looking for us. And they've gone to almost about 3 months. Dailies there, and they just cannot meet us because we keep on moving very fast. It stay 2 nights there and move.
I wish you could call the names, boy.
Yeah, no, I won't.
I know you. I wish. I'm not saying you should.
After about 3 months, the person met I on the mountain and say, man, I can't look for the eye. Because we have to form it together, because we'll get ganja legalized if we help that and so. So I tell a man I doesn't join things. Because from my experience of what I go in the jail, I don't want to join things and I don't want to follow. Because when you fall low already. You fall low already, Rasta. Yeah, right, because it's lead. Blessed are sons and daughters that lead. So I take that charge. No. I focus on when I go and get ill by him, I doesn't go into the house. Because you have guns in the house. So you must give me my outside of the house.
Yes.
And I move.
Where's Cabinet at that time, Cabinet?
Well, Cabinet got his amnesty at that time. And I think they brought him to the hospital and free up. So I stay about 2 years on the run until, they send and get me. And they brought me down. And here what I'm going on is the most mystical thing. I don't want to go. And they send a priest to bring me inside here, bro. The priest name was Father Warner.
Father Warner, come and check.
Father Warner have to take me and bring me to the police station. And I telling him, if the man ever mention jail, I taking bullets. I warn him. If they say jail, article, I want bullet. When I reach upstairs, they bring me and say, Blanchard first I see. Blanchard's my partner, this Blanchard there. First person I see. Blanchard say, where he was? I said, staying free. Because they do it in my day, we focus on them. Mm. You catch it now? So then where I was? I said, staying free. Then they bring me upstairs and one police say, send Mr. back jail. I make 2 steps out of the door. First time I see a priest, or if Warner was there to talk. The priest get rough, saying, I tell him I'm going to take bull. Cecil, I will take lead. I'm not going back jail. And you'll have to shoot I. But they don't bring me up there. I'll fight until death. Because jail is not an institution to put young people. You spoil people when you put them there. You must create another institution to reform youth.
But if you commit a crime, you have to go there.
No, but there is a way you can reform the youth.
I see your movement. Yes.
Jail doesn't
But if you're chronic criminal, what should happen?
Well, you have to in the institution where you can teach them, where they can develop their mind, develop a trade, or develop something.
So you would go along with the reformist of the prison. You'd go. What was his name? He died recently. He was a prison of superintendent.
Chatter.
You go along with him in terms of reforming.
Yeah, Chatter came in jail just when we come to the jail, 74. I and Chatter go to school together, man. His big khaki pants. I used to take his recess on him, man. He can't.
So tell us. So while you are now in the police station, police headquarters, you've been questioned or you've been spoken to?
They're asking me about Pocosio and those kind of a thing and where I was, and I tell them I was just staying free. The only person I was with is a brother of mine, so I never in gang thing with us.
So at that time, did you think that these guys were trying to set you up when they talk about amnesty?
Well, yeah. I said they want to take me, so that's why I tell you the priest, if the man mentioned prison send me back up, I take in lead, I'll fight to death. I'm not going there. Because I was a child, 20 years, though have no previous conviction, and you just do a child act. You don't give me, you know, it was crucial, Cecil, man. Mm-hmm. You know?
So at what stage did they say, okay, you're free?
Well, when I reached, they make me sign the documents and they tell me I'm free. But I missed a crucial thing happened that night. Because that same night, I said, going to check a brethren, a cousin of mine in Gotha. Brother Zed, that's my blood. And when we reach inside there, I see a click of man inside there, Ras. And I tell you, man, Ras, my heart go thunder. I see a click and I just drop what I breathe and I move.
Why?
Because the people I see there, Ras, I tell you, I'm afraid of that. And I couldn't go back in the hills because them police tell me, you cannot go back in the hills because 7 o'clock next morning, we want to see your face in the police station.
So the guys that you would have seen by Zed, would you say that they were part and parcel of the guys who were in the bush in Zion?
Well, I tell you some crucial faces, Dre. And the next day when I went in the police station to show up myself, they tell me, sit down there. I say, what are you talking about? Next to I hear man ball in their ass. Somebody, the killer police in Fokuli. And I walked that street the night. Look a mystic. The police tell me, sit down there. So everyone comes and say, you don't know what happened? I say, no. He said they just killed a police last night. So I said, that's news to me, man. First time I hearing that. The man tell me, sit down there. And the man screw face there, I was pushing a man locked up in the cell already. And so a sergeant passed. I said, but what are you doing here? I just get amnesty yesterday. A man tell me sit down there. And I hot. You know, I so hot, fan can't cool me down. Then the police say, but what they put you in? I said, look, I hear a story there for my first time, man. The man tell me go, I say, I'll never show up my face again. I never go back in the police station. Up to today.
So every morning you have to go there for 7 o'clock?
Yeah.
For how long?
Well, I never go once. And I never pass back there. It's not me you looking for us. I'm not a criminal.
Let's go to the telephone. Good evening to you, caller. You're live.
Yes, Ra.
Yes, I.
You know, the ancestors have guided you and have kept you.
Yes,
I know.
I know. I just feel them. They inside of us, man.
Oh yes, oh yes.
We doesn't listen to them.
That's true because we are sidetracked. It's too many distractions.
Whoa, sis, it's true.
So that's why I'm saying we have to rewrite our history.
It's true.
Because you saw with your eyes what happened, and his book says something different. So you have to come out and tell the truth.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, and I have a question. How did the word dread come about?
Oh, I think it was some research on some Bible, you know, some verse at maybe 68 or, you know, the Father dread and terrible, you know. So, we didn't wasn't conscious of Rastafari. So they brand us as the dread. You know?
Right.
Yeah, so we was the dread,
Yes, because all the
we are so,
definitions are not very good, you know?
Because the dreads and the way we were living, we was very extreme. We left everything, everything that the system make. I not their clothes, not their shoes, nothing else. No sugar, and everything was, natural. So
yes, it was just a way of life that you all lived, and that nothing. Personally, I don't see anything wrong in that, because our ancestors, when they went to the garden, they did not have shoes, because there are elements in the ground that our body needs.
Rastafari, because all now the Africans is talking about grounding. People doesn't ground again. People don't take people doesn't ground, and remember all the points of the body is under the foot.
Yes.
So
you know this Rasta brother from Jamaica, Muta Baruka?
Yes. Yeah, I met Muta.
He does not wear shoes.
He don't wear shoes. But when he reach in England, he has to take out a Chinese shoe in his bag, boy. The snow bite him, he say he had to walk with a Chinese shoe.
In England?
Yes, my brother. Yeah. I can concur with a lot of what you were saying. Because we, as I told, or as I mentioned to Cecil and Brain before, we are a spiritual people.
Wow.
You know? All right, my brother. Keep up the good work and get on writing this book as soon as possible. Our children need to know the history.
Give thanks.
Thank you.
Give thanks.
Yeah.
All right. Good night. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Let me ask you, Mal, Wed, and Frederick Joseph from Newton.
I'm talking about Zay. Zay.
So Zay, Mal, and Wed. What do you make of these guys in these early days?
Well, Wed is a dread. I think Wed used to be working in the town. They would Frenchy, I think, selling snow cone when they had the snow cone. And the dreadlock start and so man, Wed just get dread and go back in the hills and start planting and developing itself. But they didn't like us. Wed come in jail, I tell you, because he met us in jail, because we get captured before him. Wed come in jail like a rag dog, Man hold him under a bag of coconut and building coconut, But Wed said the man hit more coconut, dry coconut on his head and the coconut break, I think that's where he get Wed. But Wed is a good man, a planter, gone through his life, Zai follow the same people I was trying to recruit, man. I think Zai used to be more in TFM. Because I think that's the dread after us. After the first scrapper man, those men come. While we in the jail, them man arise with the TFM and different areas, But and Mal was a revolutionary. Mal was just a dread, Rascals, I can't say nothing. It's a good man,
But it has been said that Zay killed and took 27 years of jail. What did you make of him while in jail for that 27 years?
Well, you see, the thing about it, the only thing, like every African liberation day for some decade would ask for liberation for Zay, because Zay was a young man and he gone through his thing and, in the jail. So we asked for that, but I wasn't around those things. I really wasn't around. I was one of the first dread I'd copied Locks in Newtown as the youngest. And then Java, I never know Java, Jackson, Tisson. He was the second man, I think, Zay, But man does go astray, by ideology and people, just take the youths and them. But they couldn't take I. Because from the time I hit the jail, I realized where that going to. You can't liberate a people by murdering a people, you know.
Let's go to the telephone quickly. Good evening.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, your brother right there is on point. And some of us, what he's saying there is true. What he's saying there is right. When it comes to deal with the human being, and we be spiritual being, the lady just be this. We are all spiritual beings, especially us, black people with copper skin, and walking barefooted on the ground. It helps us for us to tap into our spiritual stuff and our spiritual being to be the creator. You got to fast. And when you fast for 3 days, you get enlightened. So your brother there is right. And I have been doing it. And sometimes people don't understand when I speak. My eyes just open. When you stay without eating food, especially sugar. Sugar is one of the worst drugs we can put in our body. So anyway, let me let you guys continue with the conversation. I'll be listening. And I'm not a rapper, I'm not a but
You are.
I'm a listener.
Let me ask
yes.
Let me ask him a question, Cecil.
Go ahead.
In terms of the ideas of Rastafarian and Dreadism, in terms of where you brought out, in terms of revolution and change, how do you link the Rastas and the Dreads and Haile Selassie? Are these the same connection?
Well, it have a lot of similarities. Because in 1992, when I reached Jamaica, we had a levity. We had found a levity, a way of life, while the Jamaican had found Haile Selassie. So it was almost like every island had a vibes, building that together. Because the food, plenty of the foods we eat, the way we eat and we live in Dominica, I met a lot of Jamaicans still eating fish and, different things. But Jamaica find His Majesty, which is Haile Selassie. Because Marcus Garvey has prophesied it, say that a black king shall arise in Africa. And this is the one. And I find him not even by reading it, by living and staying pure. Haile Selassie is thy father. He's the Almighty. He's the Almighty for I. He's the head man.
Someone's on the telephone. Good evening to you. Good evening, caller.
Good night, Mr. Cecil.
Good night to you.
Good night.
And how are you?
Great.
Good night, Mr. Adams.
Good evening.
Good night to you.
Good night.
And good night to my brother, Wa. That's your girl from the Bishop, eh?
Rastafari.
And how is my brother, Asmo? I know he's listening. Let me tell you something, I'm a child of the 60s, but I did not get all that education about the Dread Act before. Thanks for educating me, and I know there are younger people that are very interested in your education tonight. Mr. Joseph, thumbs up to all you. Good night. My brother, I love you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let me ask you one last question. Where's my mind is focusing on you. How many wives can a Rastaman have?
Well, in Rastafari is one wife. But I have something that deeper. There's more woman than man. And female is created to attract the male. So if a virgin tell me I have 3 wives and he can take care of his wives and I don't think they have a problem.
Is the amount of how he can take care of his wife?
Take care of his wife. Okay. Because wife is not only for intimate relationship. It's a bond. You catch I? You tell me Cecil have 5 women. He can manage it. And when destiny chooses you for your thing, who am I to question that? There is man that get dying and they don't have a wife. And like once Kavina came down here and Kavina tell us talking up and I say we have to go celibate. So I tell him, but what kind of nonsense you telling the man?
Celibate, that no wife.
Yeah, so I tell him, Kavina, no real man can do without a woman. And no real man can do without a woman. It's life. It's real life that. When you go to Ethiopia, that 40 woman to one man, you have a problem there. Because it's easier for a man to get a wife in Ethiopia than a You catch my?
Yes.
So, I respect life because the life of everything, Mr. Adam. Everything. When the day rise, it comes with everything. You just have to be aware and be conscious of yourself.
Good evening to you, caller. You're live.
Yes, good evening, Cecil.
Good evening.
Now, Cecil, what I know about Cecil has, one, this guy is a guy from Newtown, and you know my brother well, but this guy had a policy where he don't sell food for youth man. Because the reason I'm saying that, I remember as a youth man at Fort Mill, me and a few guys, you know them, my Patrick's son, that is Conrad, Francis Have, which is his cousin, and myself, and a couple others. When you see me come and buy herb, by Cecil Have, we come the first time. That man say, listen to me, all the youth man, what are they come for? We say, well, they come for his brother Cafe, who at the back, and his brother Cafe, I tell us, let us go by his brother, we will get the herb. Cecil, we are about 15 years old. That man say, listen, and what are the mother who might say, don't come back around here. We don't want to see no youth man selling and smoking marijuana. Don't come back. But we was afraid of him. We went. Anytime we see this minister on the road and we see the get up from elsewhere, what we fear of is take it in our hand because he said he don't want to see us smoking anything. But he know my brother well. You know my brother well because my brother name is Bamboo.
Wow.
He know Bamboo very well.
Yes.
And he was a very strict fellow when it comes to that. And he always said, listen to me, not to come and buy no marijuana to smoke. I want to see no youth man selling marijuana. And I can remember that very well. Up to a day like today, I doubt if at all he is selling herb. I doubt that man is selling herb for any youth man. I really not doubt.
Wow.
And I used to, and we used to be vexed, and I personally used to be vexed about it, seeing I come in my little thing to get my little fiber and I cannot get it. But then as I go along the road, I realized what he was saying is true. Youth man, then kind of little youth man, 13, 14 years, people, and all about the place. I doubt Cecil Hart from Newtown would never tolerate it. Wow. Take care, Cecil.
Thank you. Question, do you tolerate?
No, you see, ganja is to remove complication. And I always say, children do have complication. You give children ganja, you give them complication. Ganja is for mastermind. I never give my children herb. And the reason herb, I plant the most marijuana in Dominica. You think it's one precipice I jumped on the helicopter? You think it's one eradication squad that to escape from? And right now the herb is taken away from us. And the elites have it? They have license, bro.
I want to talk about that. I want to talk about that.
You know, and look, I don't want to plant herb again because the wolf nothing now to us. Because we plant the natural herb.
So let me ask you,
yes, sir.
How often do you take the herb?
I only smoke herb in the evening. Like to relax mind and body. I don't smoke herb like a replacement of alcohol. Like some man have a big spliff in his mouth all about. Ganja is a sacrament. You catch you reach home, you take your bath, you eat, you relax, then you chant a psalm and you smoke a nice cup and relax your mind. Those kind of, you can never catch me. I plant herb, all corner of the land, and I never had a conviction. I never had a conviction. And I always have herbs. Because Cecil couldn't send his son by me, his little child by me, and then go and get herb, but him go back. Tell daddy come for his own thing.
So you don't sell that to youth?
No.
So what do you make of young children today, even if they make marijuana legal? I feel as I stress softly, not hard, on the word legal. What do you make of young boys and young ladies smoking marijuana
14 years.
in the open?
I think that it's supposed they are supposed to have some session, educational session before you do that, because ganja is a thing like it's your mind, it's only your brain that utilize smoking of herb. That's why it can't give you body cancer. But youth is on the hammock. They don't need length for the road. You give them ganja, it complicate them, send their mind somewhere, because I reach in certain yard already and I see liquor you to spliff. And I watch the father, I say, I'll jail you. You catching me? Because that little boy there, he don't know what he's doing. Because the child sit down and the child retard. I'll jail them. Or put them, give them some fine. You don't give children herb. Herb don't do nothing for children than spoil them. Mash up their mind. If I give brain a big split there and he smoke that, he might just laugh and we start reasoning about things, you know. Although I know he won't take it, you know. But ganja, it has 1,400 medicinal factors in it. And I think we should educate the people before we drop it. Because I don't like to see youth smoke on the road. Because you use it as a replacement of alcohol. You don't want to drink rum, so you smoke one after the other. I smoke 1 cup of herb because I don't smoke spliff. I smoke chalice. And the only place you can hold me is at my home. I don't smoke with nobody. I don't smoke nobody over us. Because ganja is a very serious thing. Remember in the 16th century, all the system, all the countries, big countries, that's what they make their money on. The coca and ganja. All Canada and all those kind of big states, and so that's where they make their money. Miami was built on drugs, bro. And when they make all the billions, then they make it illegal because it's suspected to have certain effects on certain people, especially cocaine. That was a big man business, bro.
Let's go back to the telephone quickly. Good evening to you, caller. You're live.
Hello.
Good evening, you're live.
Hi. I would like to say to that, do he know, or does he know that the marijuana they used to smoke before?
I know.
And what they're smoking now is 2 different things.
Yes, I know. Rastafari.
But that just doesn't smell right at all.
Well, for me, they talk about legalizing ganja. I get afraid because man was trying to get me to go and demonstrate about legalizing ganja. So I tell the man, ganja can't be legal. It can't be illegal because the property of the Almighty. But from the time I hear America going to legalize it, I say that is well calculated. Because right now, it don't have varieties of ganja. They have strains, all different kind of herbs, and, mashing up the youths and them. And so what can I say? I can't stop it because it's a different generation.
So are you saying that these herbs that some of the fellas talk about are hybrids?
Yes.
Genetically engineered?
Yes. Yeah, man. It's made.
I see some of the herbs.
Because we smoke indica and sativa in the 60s and early 70s. One spliff could be shared for 5 man. Just a little tip. But right now, you see, they split big like the water bottle, man, and they still not satisfied. So Americans know what they're doing. Fire burn them.
Listen to what someone said. This is amazing coming from you. I support your argument about children, and we should take note. I was opposed to it, and I know the medical fraternity was against it.
Rastafari.
So that person is on the same line with you?
Yes. My children never smoke herb. If my daughter, I make 4 daughters, they see enough herb, and I never give them a spliff. They grow up. Maybe they start smoking, I don't know, because children. But my children, I never sit down with my daughter smoking herb. No. Daddy never give me a shot of his rum,
This is a drug. Them man smoking.
Yes, it is. And you see, why I can't put too much fight against it? Every generation has a different front line. Nothing remains the same. So we have to try to educate them instead of fighting them. But I talked to them already about the clones and the kind of herb America saying. Them thing is well calculated.
Someone is on the telephone. Let's see what the person has to say. Good evening.
Good evening, boy. Fireman touching base.
Hey, Fireman, I was wondering how come you call yet, boy.
The brain and king, boy. Look at it, man. But imagine I was going and calling. I want to listen. Just send my little winter vegetable in the backyard and just listen. You see me?
Last week you tell him happy birthday, so you cannot call him now today.
No birthday, boy. Earth strong than birthday thing. It's earth strong with the thing. If you already mind of strong, my head all what the man go through. That man can never go right now. That man have to be there because why? This man is a special man in our country. No man can say what they want. That man don't rich in the sense of finance and whatsoever, but that man is a rich man in knowledge and health. Right now, they tell world boss, you need to prepare for big brother war.
just give him the place and get some members and members to just get the things, because well and truly, when it comes to health, that man was the best doctor in the Western Hemisphere right now. Tell the world that. You can't make children, Big Brother about making you make children. You have a blood problem, check Big Brother. Why? You know what I'm saying? Yes, you see Big Brother well and truly, by the one man I respect and I honor. When I go to Jamaica, well and truly, them man tell me, boy, you have a brother in one thing they respect us in Jamaica because we're non-violent. You see, one to come and do our sense of the stupidness. We're not in, as the brother say, me say another say I'm going to touch one. And that's our energy. You know what I'm saying? Now, well and truly, so much to say, but I'll say with the majesty a little bit. So Big Brother now, as I say, you couldn't go right now because a whole heap of dread and thing we had. You see it? But you have to be there now to make man now realize that dread and Rastafari is two different energy. Because King Selassie was the most dressed man, which I love to do, dress. Smelling nice, I love to do that same way. You know what I'm saying? You have to be on top of things. Eat healthy and stay positive. Now the dread thing is everything goes. Trust me, they have the year, but it's everything goes. So well and truly now, your presence in Rivernica right now is so great to a lot of people, young man, elders, name them. All want to play ignorant because we're ignorant of reality and was nothing that somebody tell you to do. I know it's my energy, I know what I say. It's just something that naturally in you, my Lord. You just have to defend humanity. Trust me, you just have to be there to defend humanity, Rastaman. I can tell you personally as a big brother, I love you plenty. I honor you, I can never stay hungry. You're the man that, well and true, we can't pay you for the things we do in our country right now. And you're the man also get a serious honor in that country, based on what you say and what you go through and what you know. You know what I'm saying? Yes, because I tell you, my Lord, history is our life. And unless we can find our history and know ourselves, we're going to send that same separation. Because it's impossible in life for some people to take you from your country, bring you to a strange island, colonize you, do everything, give everything to you. Then they tell you education is supposed to be so easy in a sense of free. But education was so expensive and very rude and that could get it. So we suffer by that. But the good thing the Majesty show up as Marcus Garvey say, a nation without the culture that should be without a root. Look up to Africa, a black king shall be raised. And that has have us up and running today. Big Brother is a great man. I wanted to call, but I must call him and let you up and running. Up and running again. Yes, fireman when I'm listening, I will give thanks for that. They're going to get me like a winter vegetable. We don't take jobs. We don't use of jobs. We never take jobs. We don't take jobs, right? Yes, bless up.
All right. Let me ask you why. In reference to cannabis, we would realize that in the heydays of the 70s, that the bureaucrats, middle class, used and sold cannabis quite a lot, but they were not taken to the courts most times. But we found out that young, poor people, children, when they did it, they went to the courts quite a lot. Yes. What do you make of people like Desmond Trotter, Roy Mason, even Shaw, trying to remember his first name, the son of the former president, as coming from the middle class, upper class? What do you make of them joining you all in those struggle days to make the consciousness be more aware to the system?
Well, Roy and Kabinda really, not much Kabinda, but Roy was really close, to I, as brethren growing up, But in that time, we wasn't watching like elites and who come from. We was like one. We didn't have those kind of divisions in where like he's a poor man child. It was just the dread and the consciousness was so aligned, like the vibes were so connected. Then we were fighting the same cause. Manson was a good man. Manson used to shine himself with coconut oil. Remember his Black Beauty? Mm-hmm. Clean, because when I hear Manson get caught, I say, no, he can't be a part of that. Not him. Because we were Irish people, Ras, and something going in our generation that we had to really, really face up to and do it. We couldn't escape from. Even Cecil, he still, that vibes of that dread, it's still in him somehow. When he talk to me, I just laugh. He don't know I seen it. Mm-hmm. Even your brain, that consciousness, in the 70s was touching you. just making you think and rethink, if what we live in is truth. Because we're really living in a world of lies and illusion. You know that. I mean, if a black man is conscious of the life that we live in wasn't designed by nature, it was designed by our masters. That's why we have so much confusion and so much pain and so much disease in the world. Dominica is a sick place. We are sick here, us. Everybody has a physical issue. I don't know if it's too much education that we get, because our grandfather say we don't want us to be stupid like him, so we send our children to school, and when they come back, they sell our land or they build a big house. We have no place to plant food again. So they give us a lot of supermarkets, man. That's what's going on. The Elise has supermarket now, so you don't want to plant. I go up to Jorel sometimes. And when I reach by the rubbish dump, I just smile and I just laughing. Because it's rubbish truck I go up in Jordan now. I never know rubbish truck in those villages, because it's garbage people carrying up. We are eating garbage now. We are not eating brain food. We are not eating food for health. Everything they give to us is to poison us. We cannot think right. We're always in confusion. You're just in the state of Dominica.
Let me put a question to you. Are you believing that I just read the newspaper some weeks ago, a few weeks ago, and say that cancer in Dominica is on the rise?
It's on the rise.
Why you see that?
Why? Because we plant a lot of banana from Mr. Gis. And Mr. Gis give us a lot of aldrex and a lot of sulfate to put in the land. And the land in Dominica has cancer. They must run a research on the land. It's a serious thing, I'm telling the eye. Because I make that observation for some years. But when I went to Guadeloupe, we had some conference in Rastafari. And I was going on the other side of Guadeloupe. I seen a lot of nice, gentle land that's supposed to be planted. So asking the dread, Rastaman, why those land not planted? He told me there was a cancer rise in Guadeloupe. And they went and test those land. And those land have cancer in it. He said, if you go on that land and plant 1 tree, they jail you. You can't drink water. And that is what I got in Dominica. Because I tried to get a cucumber yesterday. And everybody tell me, they planted with chemicals. Cucumber is water. Cucumber is buka. Those things killing us, Ras.
Kakapool.
Don't hear that. In the early days, I know myself, every garden had a stable for cow or donkey, rabbit, and guinea pigs. Rabbit manure used to go for celeries and parsley. The cow manure used to go for chives and different things, and it don't have that again, bro. Everything gone. We are dying, bro. The people have to pull up themselves and try to build their kitchen garden. When you buy a piece of land, stop building this big concrete shit. Leave a portion of land, make some beds, and build, please, build up, because we are dying, bro.
So, someone said Antigua is watching, very informative, and the brother speaking is a national treasure. And between he can use the artificial intelligence to write a book effortlessly, we need this knowledge publicly. Would be a waste of history for this information to die with that intelligence.
Rastafari.
No, let me ask you, Wa, in reference to the Four Corners, what was your experience like with Four Corners?
Four Corners, that was the domain of Rastafari, of the Dreads. That's where we meet and we discuss about different things, that confronting Africa and confronting black people, what are going on. Sit down and smoke a spliff and reason, and fire burn the evils of the world and evil of the country, and that's where we gather. That's where everything starts. The Four Corners.
No. In those days, police officers hustle the brethren, as we would call it. What also is the experience of people like yourself and other brethren at the four corners with police officers.
Yeah, you were saying something earlier about when the ganja come. But when the ganja come, it unify all communities. We could go into Fokole could come to Newtown, we could go in Pottersville. But when the four corners thing reach in the peak, we couldn't walk straight. To go down Fokole, you have to be docked in.
Yeah.
Anytime you hear a ride, you have to dock, you have to go in a drain, you have to park, because they'll pick you up.
But let me give you an idea as to, from the historical point of view and what I heard during that time. The Rastas were viewed by Patrick John, who was then Prime Minister of the country.
Premier at the time.
Premier, the leader of the country, as revolutionaries, trying to overthrow his government, because at that time you had radical guys coming from the University of the West Indies and other universities who was feeding into the minds of the young guys on the block an idea of revolution to replace his government. And he didn't want that to take strain to overthrow his regime. So you all guys on the corners were seen as radical extremists. Your views on that? That's how he was thinking.
You see, we was challenging things and speaking of things that no generation before us ever speak about. How we challenge the system and we question the system, no generation before us couldn't do that. So now, Eustace, when I hear Eustace Francis' name, I smile.
Yeah, because he was one of them.
No, he's the first man that say anytime a group of people stop eating flesh and stop wearing clothes and doing the system.
Thank you.
That is revolution.
That's revolution.
That's
and
revolution.
Some men don't like to face reality.
No, he said that
they saw it as a revolution.
They see it as a revolution because he say the youths don't eat flesh again. They don't wear clothes. They train in their body.
Thank you.
So when they hit the hills, they could live. You just want to make that statement.
I heard it myself.
And hear that now, Brain. You know when I escaped from the jail, 1979. With the hurricane, one of his wife fall in love with me, with my grass skirt. You won't believe that.
No, I wouldn't believe that.
She asked her someone to bring her in the hills and meet me. And she come. And she asked me what I want. I tell her veg and seeds. She gave me a cardboard box of seeds. I could plant the whole of them like that.
Wow. Yeah, because
the mystic continue. It's not really us. It's like destiny has chosen a generation to challenge things that our ancestors couldn't challenge. You know, because we're still under subjection. We still agree with everything. Bro.
But the irony of it all is that during the time of the overthrow of Patrick John, or the movement of Patrick John, that certain individuals, and you mentioned it before, in the hills of Girardel, in a place you know very well, he felt that the army clothes was being placed there to get
Rastafari
to join revolution, to bring back the regime. But it's a fact of history.
No, but it's also a fact of history that some of the people that were called Dreads were terrorizing the lives of other people, farmers and owners of lands in those places, trying to think that these persons were replacing the bureaucrats.
Right.
Yeah, but you see that a lot of that is true. But let me tell you something. When I reach in the jail, I get to understand there was a lot of man thieving people food, killing people animal, run them, and they wasn't dread. The man said they used to shake their every little caco. And when they go and thief the food, all they wanted man to see is the locks. And man talk to me like some from Maho.
Yes.
That tell me that. When we reach in the jail, they say we used to kill the cows and eat the heart and take all the eyes. Johnson and them fellas and Lakou and Baron, they reach in the jail and his dad was doing that, bro. And they were thieving that for the big man. Johnson, he didn't doubt to bring him right just to make him speak. I'll pull it out of him.
Okay.
You know, they used to thief those things for the big man because the big man had long fridge. No, I serious on that, you know, Ras.
Yes,
you know, life is a serious thing, Ras.
Yes.
You know, and we have to testify. We must speak and speak the truth.
So would we say that Eric did it for the man with all of the money? Would we say that?
With Eric Joseph? Well, Eric Joseph, but you see, still again, when they killed the 2 youths in Jordan, it stirred up Jordan people. And it was a semi-demonstration, said they just come and kill them youths and people. And that encouraged the man to go and take the man for ransom. But this man escaped, and in his escape, they're saying that he killed the last man.
But also too, we saw brethrens like Pocosio killing their own.
Yeah, because
Pocosio would have been used for other people.
Pocosio was mental, because Pocosio came to the jail in 1977, 76, 77, 78. He was a youth. He was about 14 years. Just come from Martinique or Guadeloupe, and he get caught. He had a youth they call coup. That's why I tell you, ideology does mash up people.
Yes.
You know, people just put in ideas in your mind, and if you're not aware, and you're young, and you're green. Because he was afraid of I was in Grasket Island walking up in Berlin and get my herbs when I don't have herb. And they want to give me herb I can't carry. But one time I tell him, he said, "Oh, wipe me out." He wanted to kill me. But he couldn't kill me. I was too wild. Pocos coming for a portion of youths on my mountain. About 6, 7 of them. The 2, Bob brother was there, Aiko was there, the 2 other brothers again, Kubi and Polo, I think. And one cousin of mine, they called Joe. And them youths in the run, they trembling because I wear in grass skirt. So my body adapt to the weather. I doesn't feel cold. If you wear clothes on the mountain in the wild, you will feel cold. If you want cold wet, you put it. One clothes wet, you put it. But I wasn't wearing clothes. So I seen the youth outside and Pocos inside the rollers. I said, "Pocos, voye monsieur disan. Babylon ke chebe yo, you ke ba yo te laje, you ke laje yo. But sou chebe monsieur le mutan, you kale more." It means I tell him, send them youths down. Police will hold them. But they'll get free. But if they stay on the mountain, with you they'll die. Them man leave us the night. The next morning, one man reach on us. One of the Bob brothers dead. The man reach on us for a bullet, pass through his heart. I tell him the same thing I tell all you. I see them youths. They couldn't make it.
But it wasn't the police who killed them.
Oh.
The Bob brothers wasn't the police who killed them.
Who tell you that?
No, man, not the police who killed the Bob brothers.
One of the Bob brothers wasn't killed by police.
And I'm not hearing you in the mic.
The one they killed, the first one they killed was killed by the police in the heights of Live Eclair. All right.
And the second one that was beheaded.
When they kill him, they push him in on the Chattagny tree, and the parents come and protest, and they had to go for the body. And the second one was dead on the track to Mont Anglais. So it was a dispute. The youth wanted to go, and murder go on there because a cousin of mine's died like that too. Because he was mental. There's something going wrong with the youth. They mash up his mind, because how you can kill your brethren?
But why so many youth from the Newtown area found themselves in Zion?
Because you see, I think we have a connection with the Mawa, the Maroons. Mm-hmm. I think Newtown, connected with the estates and them. I think our ancestors was linked to that. Because I hear them speaking all now inside of I, and I sing their songs. In the jail, I was in the jail, and I would just sing, "Nom ke mawola, nom ke mawo guabwa, nom ke viva hoteya, nom ke mawola," and I chanting songs upon songs. I hear it. I never write a song. So I know the ancestors are alive in us, but we have to care of ourselves. But we're so indoctrinated, bro. We are our own enemies. The white man not our enemy no more. We, black people, our enemy. I listening to Africa news on BBC, And Africans are deporting Africans. How you can deport Africa from Africa?
Yeah, that's right.
How you can do that? The United States, some murderers. They have 52 states, they use the same money and the same passport. What wrong? That's why Haile Selassie have said unto the world, when Africa and Africans will restore their spirituality, then the world going to be free.
What do you think of a police officer who would have fought you all and fought your cause so badly, beat you all, maybe even killed, and found himself becoming a Rasta?
Before you answer that question, right, yeah. I asked that brethren the same question. Because that brethren and I, we work together on the late night show. I asked him the question, why you have locks? Why you one of those guys who I know, men on River Street told me you were there involved in cutting man locks with cutlass. Why now you become a Rasta? Your response to that?
Well, reflection. It locked him down. Because this man is my friend.
He's your friend?
Yeah, because he came to a bingy once and he had dreadlocks and man said, well, look him there. So he come on there and tell him, well, good. I say, cool. So I tell him, but it's first time I say lion without beard because he shave up all his beard and he had locks in his head. But you see, I cannot dispute that because you see, man does go through some crucial time and in time does realize them and does reform.
Okay.
Because I say, if he does not learn from your own bitter experiences, don't ask me for forgiveness. Because when he meet me, really respectable, I know they do their things, but it's inside of them. If you don't learn from the things that he has done, it'll become your horror and your nightmare.
Would he have asked you all forgiveness for the things that he did against you all?
Well, it's well the man you have to say that because he never already do me anything because I used to sell hoops for him. Like he was almost like Clark, a puncher spallet, he doesn't want business, he don't hit me, no punch, he never kicked me, like Blanchard. Man says so much thing about Blanchard. Blanchard never, I don't know, but Blanchard never really hurt me or thing me. Man never do anything else.
So you say a man can reform, man?
Yeah, but people not change, we have to grow. We like to look on this change. Things change, but human grows. We have to grow.
What did your mother make of people like Patrick John in that period that you're going through your turmoil?
Well, my mother was a freedom party. I don't think she liked Patrick John. My grandmother was Patrick John because it's using the chance that really free me up, She, and when I come out in jail with a bleeding ulcer, and they had smuggled me down, and in the presbytery I go, and Dr. Eaton had just get papers,
So you're saying to me while you were in the jail, in the lockup, in the how you call this place? You just
security block.
In the security block. You mean the escape? You from the security block to bring you?
No, on the run. I was on the run.
Oh, while you were on the run?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And that's where I met Sebi. Because I had a bleeding ulcer.
Mm-hmm.
And within 5 weeks I didn't have ulcer again.
You mean you met Sebi, the herbalist who lived in Point Michel?
Yeah. It's from my time Sebi stopped eating fish. Because we had a serious reasoning on fish because that's the only thing he was eating. But fish put more bacteria in the human body than any other flesh because it's the most perishable flesh. So we had a hard reason on that. And Sebi said, well, no fish again. But you see, we poison ourselves by the way we eat. And when Sebi tell me that, I see it. Because we eat and drink together and we're creating a reflux that eating the lining of the stomach.
So we should drink first?
You're supposed to drink first because your liquid is base and your saliva is alkaline. So if you eat and then you drink, you disrupt your alkaline. So you create a froth in the stomach that can eat you up. That's why people also have this kind of acid reflux.
So drink water first?
All
your water first or
yes,
some?
Drink. You drink water, clear the path and chew. We doesn't chew, we just gobble. So
I know the biology says that you have to chew 32 times.
Yes, you have to liquefy the food. Because if you eat a piece of bread in your mouth dry and you put it down, it neutralizes. But if you give it water, it's like murder. It mash it up. But your saliva neutralizes everything. So I learned that from Sebi. You know, Sebi wanted to stay here, man. Sebi is a good youth, good man. But life, you don't know.
Today we see the life different for the Rastafari.
Yes, Ras. And in this time, I telling every Rasta man, they must develop self-confidence. And you have to be aware. Because in Rastafari right now, they have a lot of plans. They are sending plans. People are not of I and I. And they're taking places that are creating disturbance all about.
You repeat that. You mean there are some people who join Rasta movement, but they're not ready.
No,
they're not really Rasta.
They are plants. Because
so
when you watch the Levity itself, it's not, you know, it don't bring nobody nowhere. As the man said about the ganja, I could be one of the most wealthiest dreadlocks man in ganja. But I make herb to serve people. I sell and I make sure that I can feed people, I can help people, I can assist people. Because when you feed people, you feed yourself. So I did that a lot. That's why maybe I never had a conviction. They burned me 4 million street value, 2 million street value already, you know, bro. And, you know.
So what do you make of the world today in terms of the wars?
Well, it's the beginning of the closing of dawn. It's beginning of closing of dawn.
What do you mean by that?
It means that the country's going to eat themselves. The wicked going to get scared in the works of their own hands, because there's built a system. They has make us live in a system that they self cannot handle. They can't feed us no more. You don't have space. Right now, AI coming, it won't have job for you. There's a lot of things are going on. And you see the wars are going on there, I just watch it because it's a cabal. Big business are running there.
You mean the wars are created to make wealth?
Big business are running there. Billions of dollars are talking their ass. This is the beast. They know what they're doing, and it's only the people, and them that really in the problem. It's us. You've seen the state of the world, bro?
So what do you think of the Ethiopian Bible then, in this case?
Well, it's valid, bro. Because Ethiopian Bible is supposed to almost 300 books. And the Western Bible is about 66 books. Half of the story haven't been told.
Why the Ethiopian Bible think that the Garden of Eden is in Ethiopia?
Well, Ethiopia is the cradle of civilization. That's where life first began, bro.
Let me ask you a question when you're talking about that. From your readings and your context, who are the Israelis?
Who?
Who are the Israelis?
Well, who are they? They are invaders. They are not Israelites. They are invaders. 1946 or so, they are going to invade the Palestinian land. And when they reach there, they meet Falashers, which is the Ethiopian Jews. So I know they are invaders. You know, that's why I don't really believe in religion. Because religion was set up by foreign invaders and conquerors to assist the people in their spiritual awakening. But all it contains is rules, regulation, and ritual. Religion is not spirituality. Spirituality is not religion. Spirituality is an inborn individual power that the elders are supposed to assist the youths in their awakening. There's no place they call heaven. Heaven is not a place, it's a state of mind. Because death comes to everyone and it sweeps away everything, even your mistakes. So they have to come strong with the generation that coming. Because question, they have to answer. You know what Haile Selassie said to us? Now we has been for bitter tribulation. We must now become a member of a new race. We must start speaking of things that never been spoken here before. And we must answer the question that was never answered.
You're not scared that people say that you're blaspheming?
No, I don't.
That you're saying that there is no heaven?
No, there's no heaven. Heaven is a state of mind. It's not a place. It's not a place. Because no human body can walk inside there. No human body. Body doesn't go here. This is pure spiritual business. You're talking about heaven. There was a little story a Rastaman showed me years ago. There was a little youth that do very good. And he going straight to heaven. And while he going up to heaven, he saw a door. He say, what a there? The angel say, well, it's hell. He say, he wants to see hell.
Let's go to the telephone. Good evening.
Good evening. When mention was made of the Falasha, the original Ethiopian Jews, I remembered while a student at York University in Toronto. Some guys came dressed in robes distributing, they had books, and they told me they were of the Falasha. And I was very pleased. I was then a student of sociology, so they gave me a 400-page document which they photocopied rather meticulously back and front, brain.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, where is the cover? They say, you don't need the cover. I say, where's the back? They say, you don't need the back. Just read what is inside this. And one thing out of all of this that I remembered was the definition of a virgin. The Falasha, that original Ethiopian way of thought, that document, that text that has been preserved over the couple thousands of years through all generations, that has wisdom to share with us in the Western world. A virgin, according to their definition, didn't have anything to do with high men and sex. And people, women losing virginity and those kinds of things. For the Falasha, a virgin is a woman who knows herself.
Clean.
So a woman could have 5 children and be a virgin. It was not about sexuality. It was about the knowledge of self. So care yourself also meant know yourself. And know yourself meant care yourself. I just thought I'd share Ala Falasha, but it's very fascinating.
I love that.
Yeah, man, it's a very fascinating discussion. I'm enjoying it, Cecil and Brain Anwar.
Thank you.
Yes,
and I like the fact that I don't know who will be able to tell us a bit about it. The extent to which the Rastafarian dietary practices contributed to a nutrition course at the University of the West Indies, Mona, Jamaica. So the Rastafarian dietary patterns actually informed nutrition courses at the University of the West Indies. So there's a lot that came out of Rastafari, and I thought when they describe television as mindless, it's still the same thing today. Well, still Paul's called a woman a Lego beast. Meat was called deaders. It still is deaders. Big buildings were called concrete.
Fools was called Babylon.
Police. It is a very interesting story, but what comes out of it, what have we gleaned, what have we learned? I think probably that is where we are. That's right. So I go on.
Yeah. Thank you.
Wonderful.
I like that.
I want to ask.
I like how it ended. I go on.
I want to put some question to you. Now that there's talk of the legalization of marijuana, and that you mentioned earlier on that certain individuals like you who escape how many helicopters, how many runs you had to make in terms of the cultivation of marijuana in the mountains. What is the discussion like in terms of marijuana and its legalization, or when I say marijuana for medicinal use? Where is that discussion heading now?
Well, yeah, that symposium, some man put that together, but up now I haven't really get a conclusion of it. But you see, when you want to legalize ganja for recreation and medicinal thing, I still stunned, because decades we tell you ganja is the healing of the nation, and now you jail us, you fight us, you burn down our fields every day, helicopter spraying. Even you don't see little snakes again. When last you see a QS?
Very long. What about the Quapo, the frog?
I tell you when last, them man that Agent Orange spraying on our mountains, bro.
What was it?
Agent Orange, the same thing that they use in Vietnam. A brethren tell me they spray up his field and he see lick manico and guti burn on the ground, you know. And our mountain are fountains of water. Every mountain is a watershed. So those things are well calculated, you know. Them niggas not joke thing them man do with us, you know. Right now, ganja, I hear something and I waiting for it because I'll burn it down. I hear that some people come from overseas and go to get licensed to plant ganja here, you know, Ras. They go and get licensed. And I want to know what are going on. Because it's we that suffer that. It's we never cease, we never surrender. And no, it's taken away from us.
But you said you ban it. You said you're not going to do because it's not profitable for you anymore.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm telling you. But I want to know where's my royalty for fighting that battle. We fight the battle, man, and we win. Because I don't sell ganja oil, and I tell only a non that haven't come buy ganja oil. Everybody need the herb, the oil, because the oil does a lot of things in the human body. It deals with the common oils of the body. Because ganja is the highest plant in alkaline. People are suffering from acid reflux. I can use ganja and take that out from the body. But I don't want to be a herbalist, Cecil. Because it has some herbalists right there, that's what they're making their money on. But if after the herbal medicine, I can't put a price on it. My focus is to heal. I don't want that money to interfere with it.
Let's go back to the telephone. Good evening to you.
Yes, again, boy, big brother, you're on point. Well and truly, my lord. That's why I just tell people I don't have no space in heaven. That's an illusion thing. Because you watch it well. I mean, that's something I'm going to say there because they say my life and crazy the same way. Because you watch it well, my lord. Right? After all what is we go through in our life, there is no way in life. After they will give us, think of it, they'll give us no asset, nothing positive. But they find the best thing was to give us was God and Jesus and to go to heaven. Now watch that. We are about the devil. Partner, you see the devil already? I never see devil, but I see a lot of people that say in God and Jesus doing the devil work. So realize something's not correct. You know, so well and truly now, all this slave master concept altogether. That's why before I go. That's why I respect the Prime Minister of Rivernica, you know. I call him old boss. It's not because of politics, you know. Because me say, no politics will have me. But I don't see him as a human being that love and respect human being. Same thing he's doing. So I defending him anytime, any hour. But the politics I defend him. Because when in politician, all them is one story. Get it straight. Up and running again. Fireman running. I have no space in that, man. Big brother, you're on point. Keep the fire blazing.
Right. But I wasn't aware that such a dangerous chemical like Agent Orange was used by the Americans.
Yeah, man, the man used that, man. I tell you, I planned this child. One man passed over that. I had my daughter on the mountain once, and I tell you, I did thing over me, back. I had to take my daughter and move under the bush, you know, for him not to see her, you know, us. And time you pass back, the man burn that down, man. The man do a lot of things, you know. It's usually a child, I think, at stand up against that helicopter thing. Is either she or she had bring it in.
I think she played a part in trying to remove it.
Yeah, because Jamaica didn't want that. Because that's what they was doing in Jamaica. Mashing up the land, and our land is water. And they want to wipe us out because right now, them people coming for our islands, you know. They're big content in trouble and they're coming for our islands, you know. In the conference in Guadeloupe, a Frenchman tell me they had a meeting in France. They plan to take out all them black fellas from Guadeloupe and Martin and bring them up France for them to come to take the land, you know. They want the land. Remember Dominica, carbon can't live in our land. Dominica is supposed to be one of the fastest carbon break in the Caribbean, you know, because of our altitude and our forest.
Our green forest.
Rastafari. Yeah. I go to Jamaica, I tell you, I don't see green, I mean they have green mountain, but I don't see green mountain like Dominica. DA is green. DA is where the ancestors live. And we as DA people, we have to stand up and defend our land. And we have to learn to feed ourselves. And we can serve ourselves. We can do everything for ourselves. We're not supposed to be ordering food. So much garbage at on the supermarket. I went to the supermarket once and a guy watching me. I say, why are you watching me for? He said, God. I say, oh, what is this garbage, Ras? I just come for a bottle of water. I don't nothing on the shelf here. All water there is garbage, Ross. Them things is pharmaceutical problem, casualty problems. Because they are poisoning us, brother. Look at the kind of a bread you eating. I was a baker. The nicest bread used to be Wasi bread. You remember that?
It's still the best bread.
No, right now it's rotten the bread. Rotten because I see bread.
Yes, well, I should say that, yeah.
No,
after 2-3 days,
it rottens.
It started to get rotten.
man.
It rottens.
Yeah.
They saw some big biscuit tin in my youth days. Come on, the big square biscuit tin, and they put the bread in it, and a whole.
So bread just been made with yeast and salt.
Nice bread.
No, the flour is so much in the flour.
Poison.
Wasi bread and coffee was romance. You can't wasi bread again.
They have nothing called wasi
I tell
bread.
my children them things are rotten. Ras.
Yeah, after 3 days, the bread is starting to
my daughter
decay, I would say.
I just talk to my children. But you see the thing about children, you have to give them a chance in their time. Because we are living in our children's time. They can't live in our time.
Yes.
So we can't use our time to push down their fruit. They cannot live that. We must either stand their time and blend. I tell my daughter, one used to buy mastiff before. It's a saw knife we used to take to cut mastiff. You know what I said so?
Yes.
When you get a piece of mastiff before.
Firm, yes.
As a matter of fact, you used to buy mastiff on a Saturday and have it up to Wednesday.
And the saw knife, come with the saw knife, bread knife, this one.
Yeah.
I see my daughter have a mastiff. I say you can wrap that up and put in your pocket. You couldn't burn mastiff. So right now they are using foods to control the population.
Someone just said that Miss Charles that brought in those people from the USA to burn down the weed.
All right, Rastafari.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All they should tell them in England, if they will help us with the bananas, she couldn't make them can plant marijuana. You can remember that?
Yes, I remember. Yeah.
You remember that?
But I know she said that, and I agree to that statement. But I also remember that when other people used to bring in the Europeans to tell them as to the value of our bananas, that they didn't understand the value of what our bananas were like in terms of dollars and cents.
It's true.
Yeah,
you know? Because yesterday, a day for said bring a fig. I was coming out from the mountain. I give a virgin a ripe fig. So you watch the fig. Then what fig that is? I tell him Puerto Rico. He tell me it's Puerto Rico. I said that's the original fig of Dominica. It doesn't have no white sikatoka. It doesn't have no borak. It grows and it walks. When geese come, they introduce a brand of banana for us. I don't know if it's tissue culture or what.
Tissue culture.
Yes, and those bananas mash up our land. They poison our land, bro. I tell you, poison. We are dying, bro. Right now, elder people living longer than young people, man. You don't hear the death rate in Dominica?
And the cancer rate among young people.
It have to be a diet problem, Cecil. It have to be a diet problem. And I just pray that the governments come in and try to build our place as a natural farm. Take out those chemicals. Get them things out of our land. I growing food for decades, man, bro. And I have no chemical.
Cut the corn in Martinique and Guadeloupe, you know, it's really destroying the natural foods. And we shouldn't reach the stage because right now, yes, we use Gramazone, but Gramazone is nothing different from the weedicide that has been used in Guadeloupe.
No, it's just a different name.
It's a different name.
Because I talked to a farmer, I said, man, whole land is Gramazone. I said, bro, spray the Gramazone liquid. It don't have effect.
So I think we have to now start to tell people that the foods that we're eating, the balance of the foods that we're eating, we can use it for fertilizer.
Rastafari.
The peels of the food that we're using, we can use it for fertilizer. So we do a lot of, according to you, we use a lot of our waste, we dump it.
Yes.
And they are very good for fertilizer.
Yes.
You know? And I think we need to
get back the rabbits. Get the rabbits back to eat up grass. Rabbits don't want grass again. They want restaurant food, man.
I think we tend to live like the United States. When we have a residential area, we're saying we shouldn't have rabbits.
Yes.
We shouldn't have fowls. You know, I remember as a boy growing up, we used to have a lot of fowls.
You see a cock crowing? You ever hear a cock crow again? You hear that much? Yeah. One cock crow in Newtown, it hit right Lapland, you know, because cock and send cock, you know.
Yes. You know, according to you, you'd hear the first cock at 12 o'clock midnight.
Yes, sir.
Midnight. You know when it's 5 o'clock. Well, still today there's some areas and some communities that you know that there's 5 o'clock because you'll hear the cock crow. You know,
well, I have one to buy me still. You know,
yeah, you hear, you know, and then you hear the constant requests. Kokioko. Then another one says,
just following.
You know,
they're going miles now.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. What about Nyabingi? What about the temple? I heard at some point in time, and I want to be blunt about it, that there was a certain level of conflict within the organization. We cannot hide away from it.
No, you can't hide from that because nothing remains the same.
Yeah, because what happened to the temple? Where is the temple?
The temple.
How is it?
Right now, the temple become man. You are the trotting temple. Because sometimes you gather together and how you're watching life and viewing life, there is just people that set inside of that and creating things that cannot blend into spirituality. So that you will sometimes the saints of His Majesty retreat. Self-preservation comes first. So I am an individual, I am strong.
Right.
But I don't go too much in details of that, you know.
Yeah, well, I know one has to keep the certain ethical behavior in terms of it. But it has been said that, because I know, for instance, Nyabingi, in the early times, the drums, the African movement,
I bring that in.
Big drums
that
beating,
Rastafari,
African Liberation Day. To me, I'm not seeing that again.
Well,
am I seeing something different? Or
you just seen time. Tant fait tant, every temps
Tant qui temps. Tant qui fait tant, les opticani. Tant
fait tant, because man still asking about it, but the people are just supposed to carry it.
Are you not an elder?
Yeah, yes, I'm an elder. Rastafari. So, but there is certain things you have to retreat from. You cannot carry the load.
But if you're a leader at your head, you're the king.
But you see,
why do you retreat?
I never accept that I'm a leader. Because my vibes is to teach leadership.
Okay.
I don't want to lead people, but I'm to teach leadership.
No, but don't get confused. You said that you don't like to follow. No, because if you fall, you will go low.
Once you fall, you'll
go low.
You fall
right. So which means that you're a leader.
Yes, but you see, I get that word. I'm a leader every time, but it could be true. But
you're more teacher.
Yes, Rastafari. My whole vibe is more about the youth.
Okay.
You know, like to make the way for the youth. I want to see certain people just sitting and don't care nothing about the youths, but just looking for their personal gains. And you've seen it over and over and over again. Sometimes you must retreat.
Okay.
To regroup, to understand what is really going on.
Or to do some introspection.
Rastafari, because there are people that sitting and they're looking for their personal gain, while there is a certain person that giving everything, they have to carry it. You know, so to less confusion, retreat, carry it now.
Okay.
It was created by it was in the house of Nyabingi. When I come from the hills, it was the spirit of the runaway slaves. And we carry it chanting only Dominica songs, the songs I got in the hills. When I gone to Jamaica, Nyabingi had that same feel. As I tell you, it was different parts of the puzzle.
Yes, you said so.
So the elders of Jamaica, because how I explained Dominica, the elders decide they want to reach in Dominica. And they reach here. The elder man they call Bonages. He reach in Dominica, man. And when he reach here, he see this place is not Dominica. This place is River Nika. Don't call it Dominica. That's why Selassie son always used that word. He said that in goodwill. And he said, this land is the domain of the Almighty. Where I know that because in the hills has high spiritual nourishment. If you don't feel good, go in a river, climb up a river, especially where the sun doesn't shine in the river, and you will feel me. Just try that. Take the bath where the sun doesn't shine in the dark part. I won't tell you anything, but you'll speak to me when you do that. Because the spirit of the ancestors are very high in Dominica. It's very alive, they're inside of us. And we have to connect with it. so we can heal that land because the land is sick. Just the amount of confusion, politics, melee, and government rise, government fall. And people hate people chanting down people. And it's a body. You know, body have different parts.
That's right.
So if you don't understand, and if the little toe is sick, you don't have a head. So, we can tap into it because we are highly spiritual. That's why I tell you, I don't believe in religion, but I respect the people and them that have their religion.
Just a little away from what you're saying. Just a little away from what you're saying. In terms of Dominica's history of the 70s, you think it is badly written or badly told? Or there are mixed information?
I think it have a lot of mixed information because, you see, we were so demonized. They demonized the dread so much that people just say things. People just write things. You can try just to condemn us, Ras. But see what had go on. The first agro industry in Dominica, it was blows. That true?
Yes.
Blow by ginger by $5, I remember.
Yes.
And nutmeg by $5. And lick a canal and start creating something. And what had go on? The name is dead. Somebody mash up the legacy. And you hear no blow agros. That's supposed to pass on to the children and to generation. I just coming back like knocking it out. So a lot of people just in this world to look for their own interests. And nothing you have is yours. Everything must pass on. Brain, when he fall asleep, he doesn't have a bed. But yet still, that ego and that wants and that selfishness still lingering among us.
While you were in jail, before 79, May 79, while you were in jail, you heard of Dominica becoming independent.
Yes.
What did you make of that in the cells? What did you make of that?
Well, I said that I must say, well, man, going to be free, but I say no, it can't be free, because independent by is putting yourself under a lot of stress. The man might leave us alone and don't pay us our reparation. And we have nothing. They take everything when they was going. From after the independence, you see how all plantation go down? All plantation get empty. They take everything. Look, the last thing we had was bananas. So right now we're scrunting. Dominica, they're producing nothing. In my youth days, in that factory in Newtown, in that factory in Citroën next to Cecil Hotel, in that factory there and different factories making things. Nothing going on now, bro.
So we were making those things to send back to Europe.
Well, I don't know, but we had it.
So they invested, the businessmen came and invested in our parts to send it back to them. And after we became an independent state,
they take it back.
We saw all of that eroded from us. So it's not just yesterday that happened. That's been happening way back in the 80s. We would have seen the demise of El Rose and Company.
Everything.
We would have seen the demise of the banana industry in the early 90s. And so you're right. When we look back, really and truly, they invested in Dominica while we were under the rules.
Yes.
But when they left,
they leave us empty. Right now, we're under this crown, bro.
Yes.
Everybody balling and talking about. But Dominica, at that time, we used to live on a lot of natural foods.
Mm-hmm.
You know the amount of truckload of mangoes. I used to be seeing 5-ton truckload of mangoes.
Mm-hmm.
And
grapefruits.
Crates of tamarind.
Mm-hmm.
Come with tamarind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but Ra, my friend, you have seen the introduction of different pests that have wiped out even the black.
Yes.
Sikatuka.
No, white sikatukas. Not black.
The white one.
The white sikatuka.
Destroy your oranges.
It came with the chemicals that they give us.
So they came with
it's
chemicals.
Biological. It is well planned.
Well orchestrated.
Well said, well calculated. They bring the disease in our land, bro.
When we had the cow dung and we had the
Rastafari,
the goats and we had the rabbits and the fowl, we didn't see those things.
I saw a man going up on the mountain. When I leave the road, I've talked about 3 miles into my garden. I see a brethren for a bag on his head, So I said, what do you have on that? You fertilizer? Me no man, cow food. I say inside there you gonna bring cow food in a bag, man. Man, you go kill yourself, man. So what happened to the grass? He say no man, for the cow to fatten. That's the poison. Or you can bring imported food in a mountain for cows. We never know that. Brain, they are wiping us out. I asking our people not to eat food, any food. Eat good food. You hungry? Peel 2 fig, throw in a pot, a little garlic in that. If you salt, a little drop of salt, you throw oil on that. That is good food.
So what is the kind of food that you eat?
Well, I eat natural food. Only one thing I like in this system there is rice. I just love rice since I'm small. But it have to have a lot of greens in it, pumpkin, I do eat white rice. Okay. But I have that feel for it. Maybe I have a Chinese kind of...
No fish, no meat.
No fish, no meat, no milk.
No season.
No cheese, no
egg.
No egg, no man. Egg is the worst thing for a man to eat.
Why?
Because egg is one of the leading cause of prostate cancer. Egg is not a food. Egg is minute. One slice of avocado is equivalent of a half dozen eggs. You know? So why man? Why you should eat egg? Egg is not a food, bro. It's a thing to make a life. You don't make a life yet.
Yes.
And especially what's going on there is unfertile egg. It's not cock and making eggs again in falls. It's food,
Let's go take a last caller there quickly. Good evening to you, caller. Good evening to you, caller.
Good evening. I just want to say, Cecil, you asked a very poignant question.
Thank you.
Do you think the history of the 70s is a little mixed up? And I don't think it would hurt to revisit that period. Because really and truly, when you look at what happened as Dominicans were opening their eyes, really and truly, if you start with simple things like the guys in SME, I remember one of the reasons why my brother was always made a focal point, because in third form he decided a brother was not going to give him another caning in school because it was enough. And those were the little things that started changing. And as like Brennan liked to say, when the intellectuals came home, it was awareness, it was consciousness, and things got mixed up with ideology. And I don't think people pay attention or they even focus on the role that these so-called intellectuals played in bringing progress to Dominica. I wonder if people are aware that the first group of students to go to Cuba to study, that was negotiated by MND, Movement for a New Dominica. And they didn't want it. And then a few years later, Cuba became the place that was saving us. So it wouldn't hurt to revisit that part of history, that period, just to get a few things straight.
I'm going to put you under pressure. Your husband played an integral role in the change of Dominica among young men with bright minds. I would love to have your husband on board one night.
Yeah, well, I'll tell him again, and that's the reason why he got victimized. He came from UWI with the only person that had studied management, and it was clearly told that he should not be employed. And thank God for May 29th and the interim government, when Asi Mate was a minister, he was able to enter the service. So, yes, it wouldn't hurt, because a lot of people who were leading it as students, as returning intellectuals, they were misunderstood. And that's why you had a lot of conflict, even in families, because our parents was one generation and we were coming singing a different tune. So it wouldn't hurt to really revisit that part of our history, and just to clear up a few things. I'll ask again for you.
Appreciate that.
And hopefully I will be successful.
And I'll say his name is Birdie Shillingford. Birdie Shillingford. He played a great role.
His name is actually Burdock Shillingford.
Oh, Burdock is the man. Everybody call him Birdie.
Know him as Birdie. And I'll tell you one thing. When they had the 10 guys in SMA that would not come back to school, they were giving a few, they were cutting down. Okay, this one will let them go. This one will let them go. And he was the last on the list because the meeting before the day of the revolt was held at 30 Kennedy Avenue upstairs in Mr. Hayden and my Hayden living room. And when they opened Sixth Form College, there's a Sixth Form College because of what the guys put forward and what Wesley High School and SMA was going through. And it was told he should not be admitted. So it wouldn't hurt because while at the time our parents and our, everybody was seeing it because the church had some of their minds so confused that they were not seeing what their children was, and anything the nuns and the priests do, they were right.
They're right.
So we, and as was said, our generation was the first generation that was beginning to question the system. So it really, and they paid the price because I'm telling you, they became targets because of what they were beginning to oppose.
It's true.
So it wouldn't hurt to revisit that part because a lot of people who were demonized actually did a lot of good for the generation and the children.
As you're there, you know who I would like to interview on those issues again. It would be Oliver Seraphim because he was part of the Patrick John administration. He's still alive. And Mr. Bowers, Eden Bowers, he too is alive.
Well, you can, because I know for a fact, and I told you, I know O.J. Seraphim before he was even a minister, because when they were building their house in Goodwill, they had a group of friends they used to call them minors. Everything for them, they used to call each other minors.
I remember those names, minors.
Right. And it was O.J. Seraphim and Artie Mate that came to my mom's door the day after the hurricane, or the night, the same evening when they were looking for Desmond. I didn't even know Desmond was up with war. No, tonight I learning that. So it wouldn't hurt to revisit that period because, again, religion played a part in confusing us and had parents against their children. I remember that clearly when my brother refused to take one more cane from Brother Bassett, and they tell him he have to stay home. But my mother was always the one in convent and SMA having Astafan delivering everything for them when they have their fair and looking to raise their money and selling all their raffle tickets for them. So all of that was what was able to make him survive SMA. But they were targets because they were putting down their foot. And it wasn't only him. His buddy from little boy, I wouldn't mention his name, but his father had a top job in the governor's house. And it was the two of them they were going to cane. And he put down his foot and he said, I tired get caning in that school. I'm not taking one more caning in SME.
Wow.
So we have to understand what brought about the oppression of these kind of people. So that was a very poignant question you asked. And I think I listened to Wa when he talked about Mr. Honeychurch issue and all of those things. I'm telling you, every story has two sides. And sometimes when people have something that they heard or what they know, they hold on to it. And it wouldn't hurt to clarify. Clarification is always important.
Yes.
Very interesting.
Yes.
And Cecil, by the way, I have to clarify you on one little thing from the last time.
Tell me. Help me.
Hilma Dominic Solomon was not married to Jojo Solomon.
Okay.
She was married to Jojo's older brother. I am not sure if he was the first or if Anne was the first. But again, we all grew up in the same community in Goodwill. And there was a big brother, there was Anne, there was Helene, and Jojo. Those were the big ones. The little ones that was my age was Carol, that was married to Jeff Scotland, Lily, and so on.
Black
but
out.
Mrs. Solomon wasn't married to Jojo.
Okay.
Jojo was the Howling, the wild one.
Yes.
And Jojo had a son or two with Doreen that was married to Ballhead.
Doreen for Ballheads.
Doreen Hosford.
Keken.
Yeah, but Mrs. Solomon's husband was a bigger brother.
Okay, all right. Yeah,
Okay,
thanks.
so get back on track. I don't want to throw you off course, but get back on track. 'Cause
thank you. Yeah.
I'm just fascinated with what.
Yeah, all right. No, I want to find out from you, in reference to what we were talking about, the soil and so on, and fertilizer. Would you advise central government to put higher taxes on fertilizer, or things that will make our health unhealthy?
Yeah. Try to get that out. Don't even order that, Ras, because it mashing us up. It mashing up the. You know, a certain land I just move and I checking it out. It's a watershed that have a lot of river on it, and the kind of a grammar zone I just see on that piece of mountain. I just ask myself, what going on?
It's that people don't want us to end tonight, man. Why? Good evening to you, caller.
Good evening.
Sorry about that.
Good evening, gentlemen. Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. In reference to the food that you were discussing and the soil and the flour, or spoke about, there is a documentary on YouTube that talk about the various grades of flour, and they in particularly talk about the wheat flour that is being treated with Roundup before it goes through the drying process. Maybe you guys should look into that, and you'll see the whole truth about it on YouTube.
Thank you.
Take care. Have a good night.
Thank you.
From New York.
While you're talking about that, I remember reading a documentary. In fact, some of it was on the Chronicle about the type of spray that was used for controlling yellow spot in the bananas. Which they found out when they did the research in France, in their labs, that this thing was giving a lot of cancer.
Well, like guinea pigs, right? That's what you're trying to say.
Yeah, it's the kind of chemicals that they use. The spray, the planes were using it to spray the banana.
But it's important to note, right, that the work that the Rastafari did in the 70s, or the conscious brothers and sisters in the 70s, if we had taken heed of what they say, we would have been in a better place today. Because when I always thank Joe Tex, my brother, for the guidance that he has given. So when people tell me, Cecil, you're looking good at the age of 63, I always remember my brother Joe Tex says, no beat, stay away from the dealers, no tin stuff, eat bread in moderation, no alcohol. I mean, the alcohol is because of church. But some of the food habits that I have gotten is out of Jotek's involvement in our lives as big brother. So it's important that we too, generation upon past generations, let's put it that way, the past generation, let's put it our mother's generation, they too played a role in schooling us as boys with the truth. Because for them, I remember as a boy, if I would have come home with a Bob Marley cassette, my father would say to me, not in his radio, you're going to play it. Not in his radio. And he was very clear about it. Radio and if they search the house and clean the house and they see you have a Bob Marley cassette, my brother, you're back in problem. Yes. They say you're smoking marijuana. They say that you're not coming dread. And they're not understanding the consciousness that was within the lyrics that we were listening to.
It was a awakening, like the spiritual thing that was just busting through us. Look, let me tell you, this is when the sister talk about academy. Remember, it's them man that radicalized the tie, and they had to introduce the shirt jack.
Yes.
You can slide them and radical, and they went in the cemetery and they paint Jesus black.
Yes. They spray Jesus black. Yeah,
remember that?
Yes.
And now Putin tell the world now Jesus is a black man. You catch an eye? Because if he's a Christ and he's a God, he have to be a black. Because we are the children of the light, Ambrin. Right. We absorb light. We are the melanin people of the world, man.
Let me give you a story. And history has a strange way of repeating itself. I was the president of the student council in the grammar school and then at the sixth form college. Our principal was Goff, J.K. Goff, a white man. Okay. Now, a lot of radicals were coming out from university. And you had on the walls some fellas like Baldricks.
Yes, sir.
Clarendon.
Yes, sir.
You had a lot of radical things.
Early Rastaman.
Early Rastaman, radical fellas.
Radicals, sir.
Now, at the time, we had the notion that these youths were being radicalized into revolution. So there was a lot of discussion among the intellectuals. You had fellas like the Burdock Shillingford, who was going to come across to the ship, which he spoke about.
Yes.
You had Miss
Small Burdock.
Yeah.
Never grew old, boy.
Never got old. So we had Reginald Amor. These were radicals coming across the academy into the sixth form college. And we warned about them.
You were warned about them?
Yeah.
They told you not to interfere with these guys?
I was the head boy.
So you're talking about the white principal says to you...
No. It was a radical movement that we were afraid of.
No, I'm saying to you, the white principal...
he never told us.
So who would have said to you, be careful?
High officials from on top.
So from Ministry of Education?
Yeah, high officials from the ministry.
Mm-hmm.
They can remember there were marches onto the ministry as well.
Mm-hmm.
Radical students.
Yes.
They were seen as trying to overthrow the system.
And not looking at the consciousness.
Right. But after a while, became the consciousness where you had the shirt jack, as you mentioned, which we were wearing our ties and then revolutionized to the shirt jack, using a crest.
Yes.
So in the school itself, teachers were radicalizing their students. We can't run away from history because of the way they taught.
Yeah, but even one man tell a Rasta man, that one of the brothers, a white brother, told them in that time, the Adam and Eve business is mythology. They just put that there.
Okay.
No, all of us know that, eh?
Huh?
All of us know that.
This is myth.
Most of us know that.
Rastafari.
How you call it? Eating the apple.
Yeah, this is myth.
That's a myth.
That's myth. That was thing to lock you.
Yeah.
You get
So the business about the serpent before we come into the serpent tempting Eve wasn't a myth.
No, well, man had the serpentine force, eh? Because we don't spit on venom.
That's what it is.
We don't spit on venom and create.
That's what it is. That's what it is.
All right.
Yeah, that's what it is.
But I don't know if
No, but wow, we have been saying all night, men. But let us not forget the women.
Yeah.
Because the women themselves play an integral role, like Sister Nat.
But that's why I tell the woman is not a product of man from the beginning. Mm-hmm. Woman is the mother of man. Mm-hmm. Now, Sister Nat was the first woman that make a idol bar.
Mm-hmm.
You can yes. And then this brethren they call Hartly
Hartly
Richards
in River
was
Street.
the first master making idol pies and a kind of connect.
Yeah.
And Blow was in the industry trying to create that until a plant came from nowhere. I don't know where it come from, but it's a plant that do a root look like a clone. This because this clone just come to just take over things and never understand who we are, who Rastafari really is. You catch an eye? Rastafari is to clear the way. You see, if I would get a big job, I could earn me millions of dollars now. And there's a younger person that have that same qualities I have. I'll give it to him. We must make way and space for the younger generation. But it look like some of us, we're 95 years and we still want to hold to our money. We must make way. No, it's a real thing, Ras. Too much of us making age and we still chronic. Give the youth them their way. Rastafari, because we are living in their time. Because a certain time once can bring the money for African Liberation Day. I say give it to the youths. Let them handle it. They must only bring receipt for us so we can bring back the receipt. But these things, to the government show what to spend because I don't like people think. If you give me breakfast, I want to give you lunch.
Okay.
But if I give you breakfast, I don't look for lunch. That is what Rastafari is supposed to portray. We here is to strengthen people. Hungry be fed, naked be clothed, sick be nourished, aged be protected, and infant cared for.
But we have a chance, we have an opportunity to what happened in the 70s to repeat it in a civilized way. Yes. I mean, I'm not saying that what was done before was not civilized. Our society was in a funny way. So we had to be somewhat in the revolutionary way to make people see what we actually meant to do.
Russ, in the beginning of everything, is so it come. When the Bible come, it was by the Bible or by the gun. Rastafari, when the Quran come, it was by the Quran or by the sword, because we have to push it through. So in everything, you have a revolution. You can know people finding benefits in the Bible, because the Bible to me is a good reference book. You know, I use it to knock it out, because I was walking once and a man say, "Why, my Lord?" The first say, "Why is the Lord? How is the Lord?" I say, "Yeah, the Bible says the earth is the Lord, and the fullness thereof, the world and they that dwell therein. It was founded upon seas and established upon floods. Who shall ascend into the high hills, or shall stand in holy place? Clean your hand and your hearts and come." Rastafari.
There's nothing wrong in calling a man father.
No, because he's the Lord.
Yes.
Because nothing can represent God than man. God is not a man. God is spirit. It is void. You don't have a description. It is here, and everywhere. It's only man that can represent that, because man is the word.
I like that.
Nobody else. You think a man will come from heaven? As I tell you earlier, heaven is not a place. It's a state of mind. And I'll stand up anywhere
and say that.
So now that we are seeing and we are witnessing the increased illness among our nation, among our young people in particular, it's an opportunity for us to now be very much more conscious of the things that we eat, the things that we plant, to now start to make our soil healthier. You know? And I think what we now have to start doing is the foods that we eat, the foods that we peel, can we take, you know,
that's not rubbish. And that's manure.
and I can tell you, I think he doesn't mind if I say that. If it's one thing I love about Roosevelt Skerritt, when you go to his home, things that are supposed to be for fertilizer, he used it for fertilizer. So all the peeling of grapefruits and oranges and dashing, whatever he uses from the garden, it goes back to the garden as fertilizer.
Well, you see, as they say, the fruits don't fall far from the tree. You say it's part of dreadlocks, sir?
Yeah, yes.
So the fruits don't fall far from the tree. But what I'm really saying, bro, we have to learn to eat more of the foods that grow in our land, in the atmosphere that we
let's be careful saying that. Let's be careful in saying that.
You can say
no. Let's be careful in saying that. I'll tell you why I'm saying that. Because we are talking against fertilizer, chemicals. Let's put it not fertilizer, but chemicals, chemical fertilizer. So let us be clear by stating that we should eat foods that we eat that are organic.
Yes. Well, I eat food as natural. I don't use food organic, because when we rise as dread, we're talking about natural food.
Natural foods,
I never know that word organic.
Okay, let's say natural foods.
Yeah,
it's
natural food, you know, because we are using the garden, my garden, I doesn't water my garden. I never give it water. I never give it inputs.
The soil does that.
The soil does that. Yeah. But what I really trying to say there, the foods that grows on the land where you're born, the atmosphere that you breathe, those foods are medicines, because that's where you're born, that is where you get all your nutrients, and that's where the food get it. I think when we connect to more the foods that we eat that grow in our land, we'll just be much more healthy, bro. No, it's real, because Africans used to travel with the foods. Don't they go on one continent, but the foods they eat in, they will travel with to another tribe. You know. But we know anywhere we go, we eat. When I travel, I can't eat. I always hungry. I cannot drink water. I have a fear in eye, because, you know.
Guys, the topic is so interesting that we lose our time. It's already 11:20. Just imagine. 11:20. The discussion is so interesting and so intriguing. And there's still people on the social media. One guy says, "Let's go organic. We can do it." An organic term is from the system. Is just marketing. So let's start talking about natural foods. And I think what I can ask the Ministry of Agriculture to do now is to start the process. Start the process of saying, let's start with 3 months, and say for 3 months, farmers.
Let me take a deep.
Let's take a try. Let's do a trial. Let's try our best, and let's tell the Haitians, because the Haitians themselves, I found out, are doing an injustice to our fruits.
They don't want them in Martinique, man.
You know, because they put a lot of fertilizer, chemical fertilizer in our things,
in our land.
So I am saying,
land,
let us first start with us,
yes,
and to inform the farmers, and I'm saying to include the Haitian farmers. Let us please, at least for the next 3 months, we're talking about food security. And if we talk about food security, let's talk about wellness. Let's talk about our health. Because we have been suffering for too long. We're seeing governments and families having to spend quite a lot of money when you're unhealthy.
Man, but that's what people are working for right now.
Yes.
People working for, because I tell them, in 1974 we were saying, food is your medicine. Otherwise, medicine going to be your food, eh?
Yes.
You catch it nice, so eat good food. Don't eat nice food.
Mm-hmm.
But right now, medicines people food. I mean, Jolly's is making millions in us.
I mean, can you
and a lot of bogus drugs to us.
Can you imagine?
Don't care in us because it's mind business.
You're having rice, you're having macaroni, you're having all of them is just. I mean, come on. Let's get the foods that
I never ate pizza. You see the thing called pizza and lasagna. I never ate that, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't eat those things, and my wife like to make it, and pretty I like to say it.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes you just say, "Boy, who are you to just question? Do that and don't do this, man."
Mm-hmm.
We reason about it, but you can't tell a person what they should do
and what they shouldn't,
and what they shouldn't do.
Yeah,
I have that respect, and we always think we go in some brain. But where we're going is where we are at. Be aware.
Yes.
Where the tree stands is where it falls.
Let me ask you a question before we go quickly, because time has run out.
Time already run out.
I see you always portray, as I'm looking at you now, Ethiopia. I see a slogan of Ethiopia on your shirt. Yes. Why this?
You never read your Bible. The first country as mentioned in the King James Version is Ethiopia. And the first river that mentioned in this Bible is the river that compasses the land of Ethiopia, the Nile. So Ethiopia, the meaning of Ethiopia now is sunburned people, black people, the people that absorb light. This is the meaning of Ethiopia. Cecil could say, I'm an Ethiopian. I mean, you're a golden man, so you're Ethiopian, but Cecil is a little black fake. I'm an Ethiopian. Because Ethiopia, the meaning of Ethiopian is sunburnt people. We black people absorb light. That's why we black. We are the children of light. So I always carry it.
Ethiopia.
Yes, and the Bible have it. Psalm 67 or 60 something. Prince and princesses must yet out of Babylon. Ethiopia shall soon stretch forth her hands unto the living eye. You must go to your Bible.
Yeah, listen to that. Listen to that. Listen to that.
Yeah.
Somebody said, Andy, yes, my little friend, you stopped me from eating egg, but you love your rice.
Yeah, because you see, but I only use the swamp rice. The rice that grow in swamps.
Okay, because it's an artificial rice.
Water, but the bong rice and the dry, I don't need those things.
Okay.
And I take it now and then. Because I never eat rice in the hills. So when I come downtown, and my mother used to, give us a lot of that. That's sticking me. But I don't want brown rice, and I don't want rice they make. And I want rice with plenty spinach, when I give my rice, that's spinach and coconut milk,
Yes. Somebody wants to take a call?
I think no, we're ending.
Okay.
I mean, if we take a call after another one, I said it was the last call already. Sorry about that caller. I'm really, really sorry. Because I said it was the last calls already. 11:25. But wow, what did you make of this program tonight?
Well, Ras, the knowledge just have to flow. We just have to, bring it out, because there's a great famine that's taking place in this world. And the famine is not for food, it's for the word. We want to know. We want to know the truth. We want to know what we really represent, where we're going, where we at, what's the true reason. So all those little tips could really, help man, to push through, So it's a good program. I love it. Though I was trying to duck it, but Cecil have a kind of shove me through it on me. He always trapping me. The amount of people that's run me down, Cecil hold me twice already,
Yes. I said to Wa on Monday, Wa, you can say what you want. You can think what you want. But you know what? You have an information that is required. We have to go and visit the 70s. You live a life that people need to know. There are some untruths that need to be told of the truth. You have to come and tell your truth. I said, my brother, I know where to get to, I get to the wife.
Boy, and I get that blows outside,
And the wife says, my brother, let's go and see what you have to say. Let's go and see what you have to say.
And that is he talk like that.
And you know what? I want to say to the wife, thank you very much for that command.
But she's a good woman. And
yes.
And she makes me live, we never make chase being one another. And, she give me 4 daughters, Ras.
Mm-hmm.
And I just lock. And she can't go nowhere. But, woman is woman. And that's why I learned to respect woman. A woman is not like a man.
Your good friend told me to tell you hello. That's Mary Benjamin. She said to tell you good night and hello.
Yes, sir.
So I was doing that.
There's another sister in Isa. She told me to heal her, but I just forget the name.
I think by Isa, if my memory serves me right, it might be Yolan Kepel.
Nice
like
red girl.
Yeah.
Red woman. I just Yolan herself, man.
Yeah, I think it's
to heal her up.
So she on the Facebook, she said hi to you tonight there. So I enjoy the conversation if you are.
So you know how it does go. It's life,
I enjoyed it,
Let we just stay strong and keep focus and be aware, because life is not a road. Life is awareness. Because if life is a road, it determines the end.
Oh yes.
This thing down no end.
Yeah.
That's why the ancients say, if you know where you're going when you die, you want to go, no, but I shall not reveal. It's not about death, it's how you live.
Yeah, how you live.
It's how you live. It's not about death.
Yeah.
When you see we fly away, it's left tomorrow. That's your business, we gone.
Yeah.
The journey is on,
I tell people our spirit sometimes stays on earth.
It's just like I just tell man, Dominic have a lot of lingering spirit. The amount of youths are dying unnatural. They are lingering spirits, bro. When you die natural, after 72 hours, you know you won't come back to the body. But if you shot a man, he go in a vision, he want to wake up. He doesn't have his body. Man doesn't know aware of that. This thing you see there, that's not joke thing, that's a lab thing in us. That is connected with everything of the earth,
Yeah. Your good friend Reginald Thomas said hello.
Rastafari.
Yeah, from Newtown, he said to tell you hi. Quite a number of persons that tell me to tell you hi. You're well known.
But Monjon was nice.
Yes, I was in Monjon River Civic last night. It was good.
Wednesday I was in Monjon, I gave a nice chant, and it was so good. The ambience was just.
Yeah, the reunion is really taking its toll in the Monjon River Civic.
Yes. Let we try to feed ourselves. Let we try to build ourselves. Let we eat good food. And let we upstep our past. The part you're afraid of more as the dark past is your conductor. Why are you afraid of it? No, it's reality. Why are you afraid of it? It's a part of you. That way I speak about anything that confronts me in life. Because it's a part of it. If you know what future will make adjustment, bro. But we're just living in the present.
My brother Arlen Maynard Man says, I would like to meet you, to reason with you. He'd like to meet you, Ra.
That's what?
Arlen Maynard Man, that's his name, my last brother.
Okay.
Another person said, there is no heaven. Jesus is black. God is a spirit. Look within and seek your God. So you created tonight, boy.
Well, the body is the trodden temple. When you talk about the trodden temple, it's the body. You're the trodden temple. We walk and we chant. When I walk, I just pray, I just chant. I just really pray. Because too much people just plead for salvation with corrupted meditation.
Yes.
Too much people want to call God to punish people. God don't punish people.
That's true.
Oh, you can call God to punish you.
Derek Michel says, big up, Wa. That's Derek from Jodel with the little shop.
Wow.
Yeah. Maria Eaton said, I enjoyed this program. Vivian Green says, heaven and hell is right here on earth.
It's true. It's a state of mind, man.
Brenda Alexander said, Cecil, tell Wa, thanks for the knowledge about this. What's that? The sovereignty. I didn't know a lot of things that he spoke of. Thanks again, sir. So quite a lot of people are saying thank you, Wa, for the knowledge that you have given them.
I can say thank you, Brain, and thank you, Cecil, for having me.
Yeah.
And
so
health and strength to Dominica and the Caribbean and wider world, man.
Your last words.
Yes. Yeah, well, I giving thanks, to everyone that listen, and pass it on, I pray for health and strength and prosperity. Let us focus and continue living clean here. Don't cry for nothing, everything is yours, because we tend to develop a fear on things we don't have or things we should have, and so we have to take out those fear. Life is about the moment. Your heart only longs for the moment. So everything will be taken care of. The things that we're afraid of, they're set already. Give thanks.
Your last words, my brother?
Well, I'm not going to say anything. He said everything for me. I must say, it was very interesting hearing you, and I must say that I highly appreciated the wisdom and the levitation.
Give thanks, my
and
brother.
You have a good night. May Jah guide you.
Also to good night, Winnie Green. She says good night.
Girl.
Yes.
Winnie is my girl.
Winnie Shabin girl.
Yes.
I just love that girl.
We raised together. I love Winnie.
That girl is such a sweet person.
Imagine,
I know as a boy growing up, we're about the same age, and Winnie's such a good heart.
Yeah, man.
Yep.
But Winnie's father was man, let me tell you something, man. Serious, man. Mr. Green?
Mm-hmm.
No, by Winnie and why don't Sam and Wilfred, all them who grew up together, man. Nice. I met in the market, man.
And Freddie Depp said, Antigua again, we need another part.
You leave me alone now.
Have a good night.
Have a good night, everybody. And thanks again for blessing us with your voice and giving us that kind of information that you have given us to us tonight. I just want to say God will always be on your side.
Rastafari,
yes, sir. Another great show.
Inside of me, man.
Yeah. Thanks again.
Lord, brother.
All right. Then don't go yet. Don't go yet.
Support.
All right.
And why showcasing stories like these is more important than ever. Beena Paul is an award-winning Indian film editor and the director of the Asian Women's Film Festival in India. She also founded the Women in Cinema